排放的框里有识别框，这边是这个框，然后还有识别台。
识别框在哪里呢？
不是有2个线吗？
And these are the competitors we have. Should be a fun one as we work our way down to the winner. And then, of course, we will have the envelopes being opened. Maybe the most fun part of any series is watching the envelopes. You know, nothing wrong with a little bit of luck in tournament poker. So off we go. We'll let you know about these players do have the China dominance, as we tend to in a lot of our events here at TLPT, but as we do see the one player from Mongolia involved as well. I believe I've come across him before, Batsuk from Mongolia, everyone else from China. So off we go with one of the most creative situations I've seen in a while. And that's saying something because we've had some crazy final table and feature table coverage here. We see a limp re-raise as a squeeze with the 10-2 suited. Take a screenshot of that. You don't see that every day, I promise you that. And it's not that big either, mind you. The 3-bet to 7.5, pretty much bloating the pot. Almost forcing the other two players to come along. And suddenly we have 25,000 in the middle. Hand number 1, day 2, FT. And Xu Jiming. I mean, once you've committed to representing essentially aces, I assume, by limping UTG, then raising small multi-way, I guess you continue the story by kind of bombing it 20k into 45 on the King 4-5-2 clubs. Chen Yu can pretty much exit without feeling too badly, but it's the King 7 that's going to have a decision. So we call to begin with, 65k now in the middle. 1.8 SPR effective. 10 deuce has pretty much no equity. Well, now catches the 10. I guess I take that back. And mind you, 4 out of the 5 potential outs are dead. So in terms of winning the hand as showdown, we're talking about 1 out, but he's reaching for chips. He's not affected by the 10 coming. He's representing aces and aces only. Maybe kings, maybe ace king, but frankly, this just screams of aces. And as it turns out, he has a Doyle Brunson. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is just an explosive start to this final table, and I don't even know whether Batsuk is going to engage or not anymore. Wouldn't blame a fold. He's asking Batsuk the question. Unless you have a set, do you really want to be out on hand number 1, not get any envelopes? Wow, we're continuing. 2-tone board. King and a weak kicker. The bet was not as big in terms of the percentage of the pot. 28,000. Actually sets up somewhat nicely for a river shove. It's a third club. The 5 pairs, which should be meaningless. Batsuk's kicker improves slightly. Kings and 5s with a 10 kicker. This is the moment. And I do think the fact that he has a 10 might just make him slow down. Never mind. The chips are grabbed. If we go for it, we have to go for all of it, or nearly all of it. The tower almost collapses as he puts out the triple barrel, despite having middle pair. Don't forget the pre-flop action here, determining everything in this hand. Limp and a re-raise against 2 players. 43k is the final ask. It's actually only half a Batsuk stack. I'll tell you what, the sizing would be exactly the same if he were trying to extract from a king with aces. So now can Batsuk make essentially a massive hero fold? Would be incorrect. Time bank being used. Certainly the right time for it. He's not being asked for all of his chips. That's the only redeeming factor. Perhaps aces with a club plays this way. Perhaps something like ace queen of clubs, getting very creative pre-flop, plays this way. But apart from that, nothing much makes sense. Truly don't know what he'll do. Certainly the pot odds are tempting as well. Nearly 4-1. Are you winning this 1 out of 5 times? It's so tough to say. It's just so tough to say. A limp re-raise against 2 players is not a thing. He's called it off. And the table gets to see Shu absolutely going wild on the first hand of this final table. Man, what a way to kick off. I've barely had time to catch my breath and settle in. Hello, Kiwi Bird in chat. How you doing? UYK asks, where is this? This is Leze Casino in Jeju, South Korea, at the lovely Shinhwa World Resort. Well, needless to say, we have a new chip leader. Batsuk, well over 164 bigs at this FT. Shortest stack goes all the way down to 15 bigs. And the bounties, where a lot of the value comes from, are now ripe for the taking for the monster stack of Batsuk. Do have a 100 big blind stack in the form of Zhao Yan as well, who does let it go. It's Sun Feng opening up. Reasonable Queen 10 suited, getting involved in the form of a limp. Somewhat familiar with Sun. Quite a lot of prowess across the Asian poker world. Understandably, Jeju seems to be one of his favorite spots. Coming fresh off a 50k scored this month in Jeju. Likely just stuck around. Extended the hotel after that, surely. Very impressive. Over 700k on his hand and mob. Well, we have the chip lead. This is the mystery bounty, so let's get busy with the ace-2s. We'll update you on what the envelopes have to offer in a moment, as well as the payouts. 9-handed with 5-spot spade. Mystery bounties are always tricky because a chunk of the prize pool goes to the envelopes. This was about a 1.5 million Korean won buy-in. It's almost exactly 1,000 USD. And 5th place is good for 1.9 million. So that's going to be the money bubble. But also, don't forget the 9 envelopes. One of them is 7.2 million. Nearly 5 times the buy-in is the biggest envelope, which also happens to be the first place payout. Son, having none of it. Saying, I know you're the chip leader. I know you're going to have the widest range. Opening from the low jack. Do you have a king? Otherwise, this is my pot. Well done there, getting the ace high to fold. Better hand to fold. So you know what I can do here is use AI to quickly calculate the average value, the EV of a bounty of an envelope. Because we have 5 envelopes with 1.2 million, just under the buy-in. 2 of them of 2.2 million, so a little bit over the buy-in. 1, sort of the second place prize in the form of 4.2 million, which is about equivalent to second place regular payout. And 1 of 7.2 million, nearly tied with the first place payout. So that leads to an average of 2.4 million per envelope. That should really change your decision making. That is better than 4th place finish in terms of the regular payout. So it's not just about making the money, is it? After all, ITM is 1.9 million, and we just said the average, the EV of an envelope, is more than that. Situation brewing very much in the favor of Sun here. Pocket queens. Got a cold 4-bet this, I imagine. And we're going all in, especially in this format. You can actually jam much lighter with value. You're supposed to get called off light. And it's time to see if Batsuk wants to put his newfound chips to work with the King Queen, trying to get the very first envelope in this event. I'm truly confused about what the right decision here is. I mean, even if you could see the cards face up, 38%, I think you have to call it off. Bit of a spot for Batsuk. I do believe he's going to lean towards calling it off. Trying to get a hand on the very first envelope of the event. The first bounty. Oh, he's let it go. Quite surprising, and can't blame him. Seemed like a decision that could go either way. But just goes to show how tricky these events can be. As I do welcome Selena Lin to the booth. Good afternoon, Selena. And this is a good opportunity for me to just fill you in on the summary of this event. But first off, Mystery Bounty, Day 2, final table. 9 players coincidentally making it to Day 2, so we're playing the final table. How are you feeling, and how do you feel about Mystery Bounties in general?
Yeah, it's actually one of the more fun formats that I like. I like, you know, being able to just kind of like draw for a bounty. I think that's kind of cool. You know, and at the same time, you can draw something where it's like we discussed in the past, where it could be many times you're buying, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've done some of the math here, and I'm just going to give you a quick snapshot, quick reminder for our viewers as well. 1.5 million Korean won the buy-in, about 1,000 USD. Now, the minimum payout, 5th place onwards, is 1.9 million, going all the way to 7.6. And the envelopes, which are actually 9, since 9 people made it to Day 2. Minimum envelope is 1.2 million. We have 5 of those. 2.2, we have 2 of those, 4.2 and 7.2. So the first place payout and the first place envelope, nearly similar. And I just did the quick numbers on the average value of the envelope. It's about 2.4 million, so 1.5x the buy-in. Certainly should change the math of your calling ranges, right?
Yeah, I think that is also sometimes where we get like, you know, 3-way all-ins as well on streams, is because like sometimes you are being laid the odds, and if there's a good chance you can bust 2 players, yeah, why not, right? But I do like to see a female at the table. That's always nice. She's got a very bling hat going on.
Yeah, I love the hat. Absolutely love the hat. As Xiaoyan seems to play a little bit in Jeju, at least over the past year or so. Over 35K in total live earnings. Yeah, and get to play a hand. We'll stay disciplined. Shen with the suited wheel from the low jack. We've already seen some tricky plays, I should mention, Selena. There's been some limping. There's been some limp re-raising and triple barreling. Most of it has benefited Batsuk, the only player from Mongolia on the table. Now the chip leader. Fair fight going to the flop. Shu came along with the 10-9 of clubs. Now Shu is by far the most creative player we've seen in a while. He is the one who limp re-raised pre-flop with 10 deuce suited. Now actually checks behind and tries to realize his equity, and does realize in the form of the backdoor flush. Well over $1 million on his hand and mob. Gotta imagine he's playing for the win and for the big envelopes here. Certainly revealed how wide he can be when the 10-2 suited went to showdown on the table. So tries to just incentivize the bounty, go for all of it, but it's not going to work this time.
已经被猎走了。已经被猎走了，你他妈这个没有，你这死人是个。服务员。绿的是猎人。对。服务员。没有。我没猎人卡。这边没有猎人卡。谁也猎不走。
So day 1D of the main event is underway, and we have seen a bit of an influx of players at the registration desk. Should be a pretty good turnout for this one. It's the last one that's standard format, isn't it? And then the final flight will be a turbo.
That's right.
And it happens tonight, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2 flights of day 1 of the main event happening today.
And one would imagine that a lot of the online qualifiers sort of earmarked today as the day they want to play their flights, considering it leads directly into day 2 tomorrow. So really expecting a fun turnout. The poker floor will likely be buzzing. And did see it buzzing last night as well. I actually came back down to our favorite place in Jeju, the Shanghai Bund, to get a late night beverage, which was about midnight, right around when day 1B, 1C tend to wrap up. And yeah, it's pretty fun to see the floor just buzzing.
Oh, yeah. So what is everybody playing?
The main event days,
Yeah.
and right around then becomes a bit of a sweat, I must say. Top 15% of the field make it, so
Yeah.
you know, slow bubble, I would imagine. And yeah, a couple of the side events going on as well, so very, very active all the way till midnight.
Yeah, because sometimes there are tournaments that start like a nightly turbo event that starts after the wrap up of the main event, isn't there? So the players sometimes jump into that. Like poker players don't really go, oh, I should go to bed.
No.
It's more like, what else can I play?
Not unless you've bagged and day 2 starts super early. Only then
Exactly.
do you feel the need to be an adult.
We're seeing Qin Ping under the gun raising up the ace-10. And Xu Jiming here is shoving in or for his 96,000 chips with the ace-9. No, I mean, isn't that a lot to shove? And I don't believe that's a starting stat. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. That's a lot to shove on the final table, right? Like, I kind of feel like...
Especially
Because he's
against...
isolating, right? The 19K? That has to be what he's hoping to do.
Yeah, he wants to
Right.
go for the envelope,
Yeah,
so he's
yeah,
going
yeah.
for the
He's going
bounty
for-
against the shortest stack.
So something like this is what might get you in trouble in a bounty tournament.
Right. I mean, to your point, Batsuk, the chip leader, was on his left.
Exactly.
Could have called it off instead. We do have Chin, the shortest stack, with a good chance to double here. Some chop outs. Ace changes. Not much apart from more opportunities, but the ace-10 will hold.
Wow. Nice double. Yeah, so, you know, chip leader behind. Like, you look down, you've got jacks, queens, kings, whatever. Like, you're going with it, right? Like, you know, you're definitely ahead of that shoving range. It's actually a lot of chips at that point to risk. I don't mind seeing like a 3-bet at times. You know, you could just kind of like minimum click it pretty much to isolate. It's probably giving the same information to the rest of the table saying, hey, like I've got a hand, right? Without really committing a whole stack. I don't know how often on this particular final table the chip leader is going to go rejam light to get that 3-better to fold. Right? I don't know if that's part of his play. It's part of his arsenal, and majority of the time it's not. So you can very safely just go for a small 3-bet without risking your whole stack and your tournament life on a bounty.
And then if you are asked for the rest of your chips, you know it's coming from a very strong range.
Right. Yeah.
So something like ace-9 certainly can release. Now there's usually some anti-reeling in poker for the all-in player. You know, we're on a final table, but only top 5 are paid, so we're approaching the bubble. But in this case, people actually want the short stacks to survive so that they get a chance at their bounty, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cases where you always want to have the stack that covers the shorties, I feel like, you know, that's kind of like a lot of the aims of the middling stacks is like, oh, I don't want to be the shortest. You know, I want to be able to cover the shorties. So when they do go all in and I have a good enough hand, I can pick up that bounty. But these kind of tournaments are the craziest action that you sometimes will ever see. It's just because, you know, the ranges people are usually, you know, calling with or folding at times. It's so different to a non-bounty tournament.
We can play a little bit of regular poker here. We flop top after opening from the low jack. Hijack came along with the ace-4 of hearts. Just the wheel draw for the ace-4. No backdoor hearts either. And a shocking check. I gotta look into the action here once again because certainly was expecting a bet. Looks like we have a bit of checking and flow situation. So now do we announce the strength of our hand? Yeah, quite surprised by that check. Did just go and double check the stream. Sun was the pre-flop aggressor. So he's let Zhao take the betting lead in this hand, who's gone for it with the wheel draw, which now turns into an open-ender. The board looking mighty dangerous all of a sudden for just a pair of eights. And we're double barreling.
Zhao Yan here choosing to bet out 20k. Pretty big bet.
If you get jammed on, you're in a 6th spot, right? With like 40k to call.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying, but I don't know. You're kind of a little bit committed by betting 20k, isn't it? It might just, or it might just be, you know, one of those things where you're like, okay, I think the player has a strong enough holding to still shove over that 20k bet.
Staring at each other a little bit as well. Sanjay and Feng quite accomplished. As I was mentioning, over 700k on his hand and mob. Zhao Yan, only woman at this FT. Over 50k in live earnings. Certainly showing her propensity for aggression, which we love. Ace-8 decided to play it tricky so far. And it feels a bit weak to fold. I mean, what is Zhao representing? 9s and 10s, I suppose? Or maybe they announced themselves with a 3-bet pre-flop? A set at the extreme peak of the value range? Yes, Sun realizing he beats most of Zhao's range. And now we're in that 6th spot. She's called it off for the bounty.
Yep.
It's an open-ender, but there's an envelope that could be attained if we can hit the 7 or a deuce.
It's one of those cases where you're like, oh, she's got 8 outs as a player, right? But, you know, as we can see, there's a few 7s and 2s that's being folded, but she does hit that river card to eliminate the first player from this final table.
Ouch. Really unfortunate. I mean, credit to San for managing to get all the chips into the middle in such a favorable situation. Playing his hand quite tricky, committing his opponent with just that open-ender. But it does come through. This is the mystery bounty dynamics at play. And we have our first bounty winner. It's Zhao Yan, who does accumulate nearly 100k more in chips than what she started the final table with.
I've got a bit of a rail happening here on the side. This is a new addition to the final table. You know, your friends and family could come and root for you right next to the feature table.
昨天他的第一趴不也是给你的吗？是吧？第一趴也是你抬掉的。
对啊，所以我说要弄。
就盯着他干。
I kind of feel like with these tournaments just always happening every, other weekend in Jeju, it's almost like on the weekend you're just like, oh, I'm going to board a flight, for an hour, come out to Jeju, and then you can spend 2-3 days here and, head home and go back to work if things don't go well.
Yeah, it's like how I used to go to Atlantic City when I lived in New York, 2.5 hours. In this case, a flight. In that case, a long bus journey, I suppose, or maybe a rental car.
Yeah.
You stay a couple of days. There's a lot of things to do outside of the poker, but often it's just for the poker. Mind you, we have a limp fest once again. Now, Shu was essentially balancing what he did with the 10 deuce suited by limping early position. And it started a family situation. And now Batsuk decides, hey, I'm the chip leader, so let me try an ISO. Once again, his race sizing a little bit on the smaller size, considering how many limpers behind. I like this one little formula that cash game players sometimes use. They take the amount of limpers, make it 3x, and then an additional 1x for each limper. So in this case, we have 3 limpers behind. I would have loved to see something closer to like 10k. Really put the pressure.
Now, Shi Jamie here, by limping the ace queen pre-flop, he's definitely looking to do something about that right now.
Once again, a reminder, the last time this situation happened between Shu and Batsuk, Shu had 10 deuce of diamonds. In a very similar scenario.
But by being out of position, he's gone with a really big 3-bet of 35k.
跟着感觉走啊，跟着感觉走，跟着感觉走。
Could end up giving the opportunity to exit. That sizing. Batsuk should no longer be tempted by the bounty. We also did see him fold the king-queen. So he's not just chasing the bounties here. Interesting pickup there for Shu. Does mean that Zhao Yan is now the outright chip leader.
换两500，换两500，换两500。非要挤兑一下。非得要挤兑一下。
不挤，你 H 也抛不了吗？你要我敲，对，我忘了还有敲这个动作。
想的太高了，是吧？
对，24太高
，24太高了。
没有，哪有77我们掏的，我785是他那手喊的。
这把不灵活啊！开始啊！
Shu Jiaming here, under the gun with the king 10 suited.
我大马这么香吗？
Coming in for a raise to 6k.
果然是盯着
A little bit on the big side once again.
盯着我打，姐姐。
Zhao Yan here with a nice chip stack.
你盯着我，
Calling the
他盯着
6K
你，知道吧？
都盯着我，一桌子盯着我，你发现没？
别人给那啥了，给你指导。
又怕我夺冠。
不是看不惯，我是要给你带可对的。
啊，他看你的卡别香了。
又怕我夺冠，又怕我夺冠，又是那种 A 叉 off 数操作，进去想办法。别发 A 呀！
位置
别发 A 呀！别发 A 呀！
I mean, the way Shu's been playing, I'm expecting aggression for sure. Gut shot.
Yeah, I mean, the way he's kind of like also bloating the pot by raising so much pre-flop as well does mean that like on, flops, usually the bet might be a bit bigger, but because I guess with here he's got king high, he's actually opted for barely a 2 big blind bet. He went with a 2k on the flop. I guess trying to buy free cards at this point.
Yeah, setting his own price in a way to at least see one more card for the gut shot. And a very favorable turn in terms of his range. an ace offsuit. Perfect card to barrel on. Bets just 5.5.
And I wonder if Zhao Yan here can break down what he's actually trying to do, which is just maybe looking for draws cheap. And that she does. She's actually making a minimum raise.
What a move.
To 11k. I like that a lot. You know, keeping him honest.
She's actually extracted value from the draw of King 10, who actually came along, and now
Ooh.
he's fired when he's missed. This is...
Huh? No, that can't be right. Can it?
Yeah, he's bet the minimum. He's trying to get King High to showdown. And Zhao having none of it. This is sick.
This is crazy, right? Like I if you told me how I thought this hand was going to play out, I would have never gone with this this kind of line.
Let me try to recap what's happened from memory at least. We see a traditional open UTG, +1 comes along. We see the min bet on the Jack 9-4. Understandably, the 6 has come along. Near a min bet, 2k I believe. So Shu was setting his own price. When the ace comes out, a good card for the UTG range. He fires about 1/3 pot. And then Zhao's like, it's a good card for the UTG +1 range as well. Min clicks it. Shu decides to peel for the min click. And I like that he fired the river because it wasn't just to try and hit the straight. But the fire was like min bet. And Zhao now just throws it right back in his face. She's bluffing with the best hand, but what a great bluff. You know, finally we've amped up the size of the bets. 23k. It's not just something Shu can take lightly. So he's going to let it go after a bit of posturing. Power poker from Zhao, who... Did she show her hand there?
I don't know. I think it would be a very bad idea to show her hand there, no?
I can understand you'd be proud.
Yeah, well, because she thinks that she's bluffing
Yeah.
him off a better hand, not realizing he was actually behind.
Yeah, she did show her hand,
She
by the way.
did.
Just hit the replay. Snap, flip the cards over.
Yeah, but it's not like he could jam with King High versus that raise there, right? So, but she obviously thought that she was pushing him off a better hand.
Yeah, I suppose as played, it looked like something like a jack, maybe queens or kings as well.
那我秀牌，我让他上头，我一会儿要把他带走。
我 A4 给你了，AK 我，气死我了。
他赌我有 A 嘛，那我就有 A，庄有 A。
我 AK 都 4给你了，赌你2对。
刚才4面黄，我 A 是他 A 杀，他开始我忘了就他18、25。
So is this how it's going to be, Selena? Couple of the most creative hands I've seen in a while, and that's saying something because we've seen quite a few over the last few days here at TLPT.
Yeah, and I like that. You know, that's the thing about this game, because a lot of the players from overseas, they tend to underestimate the Chinese player, right? They're like, you know, they're always bluffing, right? But apart from that, they're actually capable of a lot more than just bluffing, you know. And it seems like there is a lot of logic to, you know, the maniac play sometimes we see, you know, and I guess some, you know, get to ask them what their thought process was during the interview here and there. And yeah, like it seems like they're so clear about their thought process.
Yeah,
like,
method to the madness.
Exactly, exactly. And after they kind of say, I'm like, well, no, that is kind of true.
Well, but this could be trouble for the chaos machine that is Xu Jiming. Actually just gets flat called, considering the Batsuk had the ace of hearts as well. Felt comfortable not playing his hand fast there. Now the heart does come in. Backdoor nut flush draw, ace is up. Essentially a lock on the hand for Batsuk, but it's Xu Jiming firing once more. Does have the 6 of hearts himself. Mind you, Chan came along with just the wheel draw. So we made it 10k, and do we now announce the strength of our hand? Not just yet. We'll just call.
I like that call on that turn because he does have the ace of hearts. So he's actually not, he's not afraid if a heart comes in, which is great. He actually does want his opponent to draw to a flush.
Oh, we've gone tricky once again. Because a heart does come in and Shu does make a flush. Nuts for Batsuk, of course. And now Shu has bet the minimum. And I think Batsuk knows it's going to be tough to get stacks in. I mean, after all, what is your opponent going to call you off with? If Batsuk wants to get a call from something like the 6 of hearts, I don't know that all-in is the right sizing. He does go for it, hoping. Shu's getting tricky. With something like the Jack of hearts, 10 of hearts, I doubt the Queen of hearts. Min bets, but all that said, still a huge pickup. Chip lead is back.
那你还打不够，河盘到河盘还打不够。
到河盘谁都打不过来。
我没有红桃，你也打不过。
拖特的那个，完胜了。
Numbers are in from yesterday, Selena. 174 in flight 1C. So we have about 82 players who are already in the money across 3 flights. Probably add another 50 or so today. And then they all meet day 2 tomorrow. I'd been meaning to ask Selena, how were the trophy celebrations today?
The player couldn't get up and sent a message at 5 a.m. saying that we have to do it another time. So I'm not sure which of it he's playing.
Finally, somebody living up to my expectations of a poker player who won a trophy. I know if I won an event, I certainly would not be able to make it at 11 a.m. the next day. Shout out to whoever this player was. A man after my own heart.
He's actually a second-time TLPT champ. So he's actually got his photo on one of the banners already. He won something last year, I believe. Something like a, I think it was like a bounty event or something. So yeah, this is actually his second trophy in 2 series.
Well done, and, you know, we'll see you tomorrow, I suppose. Hope you had fun celebrating your win. And this would have been for the turbo, right? Which would have gone on pretty long. So it began at 8 p.m., I believe. Understandable.
Right, yeah.
Certainly understandable.
Then, so instead, we rehearsed the final table entrance, kind of like where, I'll introduce each player as they're coming, and the smoke's happening, the music, and then the chip stacks, and then they sit down. So yeah, we went through a bit of that.
This would be day after, of course, for the main event.
For the main event, yeah.
Looks like the rich about to get richer, with Zhao going for the value bet. Well, he's going to be down to... Well, that's a big ask. Nearly full pot. Pretty cool to see middle pair, no kicker, essentially understand that they have the check mark and go for this with so many bluffs that they can represent. And also note that she's not asked for all of it, not asked for the bounty, essentially, which has to throw you off on some level.
Yeah, I like the way Zhao Yan has been playing on this table, but I don't like her showing her cards, right?
Yeah, I don't like that either.
No, not on a final table, right? Like, level 1 of a tournament also, it's okay maybe, but I just don't like anybody on the table getting extra information out of me. Zhao Yan here chip leading with 189 big blinds, and we do have a short stack of 15 big blinds on the table.
Quite some disparity in stacks, and it's all been created over the course of our coverage here at the final table. 2 stacks above 250k. Everybody else below 60k. 8-handed.
哎，打走了。啥也
3 spots spade, don't
没
forget.
输啊。
Minimum payout is
你以为你
about
番茄不推他？
1.2k. If it sounds low compared to the $1,000 entry, that's because it's a mystery bounty. 8 envelopes still to go.
哎
I must admit,
姐姐把我搞
I was not aware of this. In a mystery bounty, just like a PKO
配了10来
or a
万
traditional bounty, you actually get to
人
keep
家人家是技术好。
your own bounty if you win. So you actually do get that final envelope for winning.
Yeah, that's
接了
right.
他
You're
后面
right. You get your own
啊然后
bounty,
A 4把你
right?
20带走了，
Extra value.
翻倍让我翻
I
了。
mean, I'm certainly used to that online and such. Often bounty tournaments, especially progressive bounty tournaments, don't have any difference between second and first place payout. It's just about keeping your own bounty. In this case, we have a decent difference, mind you, going from 3.3k USD to about 5k. Plus, you'll get the bounty of your runner-up. Plus, you'll get to keep your own bounty.
哎呀，你看看。
Oh, we have a very loose shove. And a very easy
哎呀，没
call
办法了。
with the ace-king. And
盯
note
着打，绝对盯着
that
打。
she's not ISOing. As well, inviting other people in to the extent they get tempted. So here we go, 2 live ones for Shu, who frankly has been on a mission to either accumulate all the chips
又办
or leave us from this tournament. Needs to catch a 9 or a 7.
Definitely the most unconventional player on our table with his betting
反正没花
size
好吧。
that we've seen.
And that's going to be that. Zhao Yan benefiting from the chaos that Shu created from the very first hand on this final table in so many ways. First, she built her stack with that hand with the 6s, amongst others, and now gets his bounty, also climbs up to 331k. We have a huge chip leader. Over 200 bigs for Zhao. Over 200 bigs on a final table. You don't see that quite often.
No, you don't. We were always talking about how short stacks can be at a final table. But this is very comfortable at this point. Especially, you know what? When you're at a table and it's a bounty tournament and you have everyone covered, it's a great place to be.
都在前位啊。对。
Well, down to 7, which means in terms of the regular payouts, we are on the soft bubble. 5 stacks between 15 and 38 bigs. 2 stacks below 20, so Hu Yang and Gao Shuang would be the short stacks. Meanwhile, it's the big stacks getting the hands. Ace King for Zhao, now pocket 10s for Batsuk. Now, have you come across players from Mongolia before?
Yes, actually. It's really funny because it's really, really rare. But when they do come out, they really make it count. I remember back in the Macau days, there was like I believe he's like a boxer. So he's just this like, massive presence at the table. Usually they don't actually speak Chinese, so actually they have a disadvantage of not being able to understand the players on the table. And I believe his name was like really cool as well. It was like something like Bolt, it was kind of like, and yeah, he came out to Macau and he went on a tear. It was just like, winning trophies and I had not much idea about, players from Mongolia. Have never come across them. I actually didn't really know that they don't speak Chinese. So it was quite insightful, to see, poker has reached as far as Mongolia.
Yeah, I've seen some cohorts myself, and they tend to also, just like any country where poker's up and coming, sort of act more like a community, travel together. I think it's really cool. They also have pretty wild playing styles. Obviously, with pocket 10s, we see the standard open, and well done by Chen, and especially Gao, with the short stack, to not commit the rest of their stack, which certainly would have been called off. And as it turns out, at least on the flop, would have been way behind. Very favorable for the pocket 10s. I'm thinking back to some early poker math I learned, Selena. I believe we're about 30% to have an overpair with pocket 10s in the flop. All undercards. So, lucky flop, so to speak. And now we can comfortably bet 4 ways. Oh, we've taken off guard here thanks to the ace of clubs. And it has converted into one of the back doors. Pocket tens remain in overpair, so now Batsuk no doubt eyeing stacks. Funnily enough, I don't think there's a way for him to get stacks in without being behind. I think Shin now will either commit if he hits an ace, jack, or a 4, or be out of the hand. All comes down to the sizing. Oh, we just asked for all of it. Yeah, I like it. Mainly targeting a 9, I suppose, or some sort of a pair straight draw, pair flush draw situation. And this is an overbet, so this should be it. Shen has the ace of clubs himself. This shouldn't be against a club draw as often. Not to mention he's behind some bluffs. I mean, let's say Batsuk had the ace queen of spades. Calling off would be disastrous. Yeah, we'll let it go. Shen was actually the third biggest stack when we started this hand, and might actually still be, just by a hair, so certainly some ICM considerations as well. 2 spots away from the money. Now I know there's not a clear answer, so it's more so me seeking your opinion, Selena, but how do you think of ICM in this spot in particular, let's say? 2 spots away from the money, minimum payout is 1.2. However, your stack preservation is also crucial, right? To be able to bust people.
Definitely.
So there's like extra ICM basically in terms of preserving your stack?
Definitely. You don't, like I said, you want to cover those short stacks. It's actually so important. And you have 2 massive stacks on the table, right? Like, you know, one of the players is the one that you just tangled with. Yeah, like if they put their chips in and muscle you out of, you know, a spot, it's really hard for you to call. You know, you want to preserve your stack. You essentially have to make a lot of decisions like on the flop just so you don't waste extra chips going to the further streets. You know, I would think that you want pretty strong holdings, you know, going into it and so forth.
We arguably did see that with the peel, with, you know, those back doors, ace jack on the 9-5-3, I believe it was. To your point, I think that's a spot where, thanks to the risk premium and thanks to the desire to cover as many stacks as possible, we could have let it go. It's tempting, though, to take a stand. Now, one more variable I'll throw into the loop, which is the beauty of poker. There's always more variables. This applies to regular final tables to begin with. You can only put ICM pressure if your opponent cares about or is aware of ICM, right? Similarly here as a big stack, you might be putting pressure on the medium stack, being like, hey, I know you want to cover different stacks, but what if your opponent just doesn't care? What if they're just going with the hand strength they have?
Yeah, I mean, when you first start playing poker, you don't really think about the ICM factor very much, right? You kind of be like, oh, I'm in a position to maybe win a trophy. You just kind of go for it. I actually did not at all really even know about ICM till much later because it just wasn't something I considered. And you know what they say? ICM is for poor people.
That's right. And for people who don't want bounties. Everything just going right for Batsuk, who catches top pair, and mind you, does give one of the shorter stacks, by no means the shortest stack, a diamond draw. Tiny, tiny ass though in the form of 3K. ICM or not, wouldn't blame a call here. Nearly getting the direct odds needed. 10 of spades, but Lee's out of position. I just don't think there's much you can do, and yet another pot looks like it's going to go the way of Batsuk. Do wonder who the rail is for, as we do see somebody peering on at the back, wearing that excellent AA Poker hoodie. You know, it's tough enough in the booth to watch cards up coverage sometimes, Selena. Certainly there are days where, you know, there's a slow grind. Maybe we're in a sweaty spot. It's a bit of a bubble situation. But to just come out and watch someone play on the sidelines without knowing what they have 99% of the time, that is some serious friendship, I'll say.
Yeah, definitely. I think the only person I'll be like, oh, I can see that, and you really put in the effort is if you're Zhao Yan's husband. You know what I mean?
Or if you have a piece. There is that as well.
There is that as well. So getting the biggest rail is like, at the World Series, you could be like, I'm going to give you 0.5, 0.5, 0.5 to just get the biggest rail if you make the final table.
Who said you can't buy friends? Clearly you haven't played poker tournaments. So are you aware, speaking of the main event at the World Series, that this time around, the World Series is trying a bunch of different things, sort of trying to harken back to the old days. And one of the efforts is that the final table will be in August.
Oh, okay, so like November.
Like the August 9 this time. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
Right.
Without the alliteration, but it's going to be in August. You know, back in the day, November 9 was because essentially ESPN took about 3 months to air the World Series of Poker 1 week at a time.
Right.
And it all built up to a live final table.
Yeah,
and by then you'd seen all the storylines.
Yeah.
Probably gotten invested in the players. And it was quite a gargantuan effort, you know. Props to them for...
But you could be facing a very different player too.
I mean, certainly with the November 9, you'd get like 3 months of coaching in between and probably get the best coach you could, considering you'd locked up at least $1 million.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of prize pools, maybe something very similar this time. I think the way media has gone, we don't need 3 months to release, you know, 10 episodes or whatever. So yeah, this time it's about a month, and yeah, you are facing a whole different player. I think it takes away a little bit, I won't lie. You know, there's a certain element of just playing the very next day. However, you know, should be good for us to watch. We'll know everything about each of those players by the time we watch them battle it out.
So then does that mean the final table will just be live?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Chin seems to be offering up his bounty from the small, or rather trying to take Hu Yang's bounty, and that's a rough pickup. So we're under 10 bigs. Safe to say the target is on Hu's back here. Now another question for you, Selena, maybe bordering on strategy. I did say that the average, which is to say the EV of each envelope, is about 1,600 USD. That's off a $1,000 buy-in. Are you thinking about it as averages? Or, very often you hear about in mystery bounties, just keep thinking about it as a chance at the biggest bounty, which in this case is nearly 5,000 USD. That's one of 9, of course. 2.8K is the second largest.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like lottery, right? you definitely want to pick out that biggest bounty. No, but yeah, poker players are pretty logical. I think that you kind of just, you know, think of it as an average, but with that hope of hitting the biggest bounty.
Oh, we're going to have a flip.
Very quick call from the big blind.
Chen knows this is a huge chance at getting an envelope versus grinding it out to the money. Good luck, gentlemen. Certainly very meaningful to both as we see the all spades flop. No ace, no jack. Plenty of counterfeits possible, but the 8 of diamonds takes it all away.
3、4、5、6、7、8。
And that's gonna be elimination for who?
哎呀，他们这个人也
And a bounty for the short stack. No longer that short of Chen Yu. Very clearly third in chips, and there we do see the count. So down to 6. We're on the stone bubble. Have had 3 envelopes given out.
那可不嘛。
Things are moving quickly, I have to say. Certainly with 2 people soaking up the majority of the chips in play. Makes some amount of sense.
我 K 挂的太小了，这大点儿我就推了。K 5。
Shortest stack now. Gao under the gun. 6-handed. Will not participate.
你是物理攻击、魔法攻击一块儿上了。
而且我明确告诉你，第2个目标就是你。他上我就上，他俩赔率带大盲圈我就不想防守了，他小盲上来了，我一听他防守，我要弄他。
So in about 30 minutes, Selena, in real time at least, 3 p.m. local, I expect us to hear a little bit of commotion because we do have a flip tournament for 170. You can try to make your way to the high roller main. I believe the 1700 or maybe 1600 is good for a satellite to the high roller main. That's right. The high roller main, of course, is about 60,000 USD. Curious if we get at least 9 players trying to flip their way. This is essentially a step satty.
Is there no satellite for the main event?
You mean the 15K? Yeah, let me check.
No, the like short main event. Sometimes, I mean the.
Yeah, so we're calling it the high roller main. This is
No, just the
essentially
normal main.
Oh, you mean
Yeah,
an actual
yeah.
satellite for the last 2 flights? Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
question. There was one, I believe, at 10 a.m. today
Okay.
for 250 USD.
Oh, I see.
And I do believe most of the players coming in from online this time. So, yeah, that's about it. Could have had some participation there, not too sure. But yeah, I thought you were referring to what we're calling the high roller main, which is the 16,000 buy. And sort of the next focus of our coverage after the main event day 2 and day 3, tomorrow and day after. Meanwhile, bit of a situation because looks like Chen is going to be committed to calling this off, and he won't mind at all. He's going to be ahead. But Batsuk might be getting a little bit jealous. Chen just won an envelope. Yeah, Batsuk wants to come along as well with just the ace high. Chen has the ace of diamonds, does have the best hand. This is tricky. I mean, obviously, you're likely to come along with the back door as well, but gonna have 40k behind, and it's one of those situations where you could be muscled out of the pot. like I said, does come along. And I do suspect it gets tricky. Also, let's not go at risk. With 48% equity. Heading to 4th Street. There's a king. Oh, we're just checking it down. And the ace-9. Oh, never mind. The deuce now means that the 2 aces are chopping. And now what? We chop the envelope? What happens now?
Yeah.
你们俩翘。
那怎么分呢？这个
It has to be. Wait,
那个，哎，这种
it has to mean
很少
that. No.
Bounty
Oh, I'm not sure.
We've also burst the bubble, we should say. And GG to Gao Shuang.
抽完了之后一起
Unfortunately, came in as a short stack, leaves us
我也不知道
with no money.
这个怎么弄？
That is the way the cookie crumbles in the MTT streets. And we're now in the money, folks. Everybody guaranteed at least 1.2k in the regular payout.
给马多了应该是。
凭什么？他凭什么给马多的？我靠！
We should make them flip for the
不
envelope
然一起分吧。
on stream.
我们一起去抽，然后 OK，我觉得可以，对吧？
一起抽啊。
对啊，我们俩一起抽，抽完奖金一起分掉不就行了吗？
奖金也超谱嘛，那个奖金也超谱。
缺。
我说啊，他那牌不够大，合牌发个别的就够了。
啊，我4万。
Yeah, that's an instance where I can see the chip leader, I mean, the Mongolian player on the table, isolating, just so the other player doesn't call, right?
Yeah, it's for the bounty after all.
我们协调过了。
You can put them to the
我们一起
risk
抽完奖金一起。
of the tournament life. Right on the stone bubble
抽
also.
你的保管吧。
Because they don't know if they're winning against the all-in player.
列了一个
Yeah,
慢
so the thing is, it's said that they will both draw and split the envelope.
我感觉他是抽花，27这个面上他只有抽花，或者中个7，但大概率是抽花。
I really hope that's not the big envelope. The 5,000. Don't want that being split. Much more fun if it goes to one player. Batsuk just running hot as you get. There's a little bit of winner's tilt in the form of a stack like Zhao Yan, who accumulated the chip lead early and now has had to just kind of go with the card distribution, not be too involved in all these bounty spots. We're down to 5. But it's not an unreasonable strategy, which is to say, yeah, the top envelope is nearly 5k, average is about 1,600. But don't forget, first place is good for 5k as well. And that's guaranteed, mind you. We're not going with needing to get lucky to pull something big. Batsuk continues running. Absolutely pure. Top pair, top kicker now adds a nut flush back. Door draw as well. 2 overs in the gut shot for Chun. Again, we saw him peel. Maybe not needed in this exact scenario. Bit of a chip dance and a fold, I imagine. And right as I say that, he's called already. I mean, that is just way too loose. I don't think you can be calling King Queen there unless you think there's a chance you're still ahead. So he probably thinks with Batsuk having the chip lead, he can be as wide as, let's just say, Queen 10. And now the top pair, top kicker asks for all of it. Sometimes it's just your day, Selena. Batsuk's just absolutely unstoppable.
Now, both sitting on 163 big blinds is Zhao Yan and Batsuk. Very clearly dominated this final table.
Everybody else just playing for third place, I guess. And this is one of those spots. It's actually a discrepancy that I haven't seen in a long time. 163, 163, the tie you just mentioned. And then the next is 24. So the two chip leaders just absolutely have to avoid each other, right? No reason to get involved, surely.
Kings, small blind. Li Yuzhen, 32,000 chips. 16 big blinds. Chooses to limp. Oh, Batsuk. Finding the ace-8 of diamonds in the big blind. Just 2 players. Just gonna put him in. Easy call. Li Yuzhen is really looking to dodge that ace.
哦，来占一张方线。顶住，顶住，顶住！
So that's kind of meaning hold, 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 hold.
Okay.
But it's once again that baccarat term.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
顶住！
Well, that is quite a flop.
So, you know, remember the ding, ding, ding?
That's right.
Yeah, there it is. The straight draw now.
圈2。
And holds.
There's the hold.
19圈，嗯。他肯定推你，还是另一派的推。
I guess we know who some of the rail is for. Seems pretty happy to see Lee double up.
肯定是 call 嘛。
Takes him to third place in chips. Never easy though, is it? The 7-6-5 board with the pocket kings against the ace-8. My goodness, what a sweat. So the shortest stack vaults up with 34 bigs.
5万。
A slight dent to Batsuk.
刚打了一点，就给他拿走了。你现在多少？和5万五。
差不多吧，应该我没你多，我这才多少？我连4万，当然这个才4万。
那我排倒数第二呢。这么。
20个 BB 呢。
I certainly didn't want to disparage the player with the baccarat tattoos, but it only occurs to me now how much you have to love baccarat to get a full sleeve of tattoos dedicated to it. It's quite a commitment. Speaking of baccarat, the 6-3 has raised it in the cutoff, the natural 9. Zhao is just tired of sitting around with a monster chip stack. Looks like the two chip leaders will clash, at least so far. Ace 10 deuce rainbow. Or as somebody who plays some mixed games now, Ace 10 deuce Badoogie. More fun to say. Have you ever played Badoogie?
No, I don't know that one.
Maybe one of the worst games ever made. It's basically about making a hand of 4 cards of 4 different suits, which is called a Badoogie, and keeping it as low as possible. So the best possible hand is Ace deuce 3-4 with 4 different suits. And you get 3 draws to do it. And it's just awful. It's just awful because you keep trying to draw to a different suit, keep getting the same suit.
720吧。
Some games are just created to deal
这
pain.
边是720吧。冠军是750万。
哦，左边是宝箱，哦，左边是宝箱。最少的宝箱。
So I did play a dealer's choice tournament once, and I'm certainly not as skilled at most of the games, so just learning along the way, not expecting to cash or ever win it really.
宝箱吧，别的也不。
And we get to the final table, sort of a situation like our mystery bounty here. Final table of, I believe we play 7-handed, only 4 spots paid. And I win both the button and also the dealer choice button, where you get to choose which game you play.
野人模
Oh,
式
okay,
了
yep.。
So that's 2 lucky things in a row. And now I feel like I have a shot in this. So I called No Limit Hold'em. And the looks I got from everyone, they were so furious. They're like, this is not what we're here for. Meanwhile, I'm like, I get to steal blinds for a full round. Let's go. Yeah, we're calling this off, and this is very favorable for Chen Zhao, understandably going for the bounty with the suited one-gapper. It is possible that both the chip leaders now essentially double up two of the shortest stacks.
我也来学岛主，东方邪术。
Praying, huh?
Wow, praying with the 80%, huh? Oh no.
Oh, wow.
Oh no, dare I
13
say.
outs.
有点吓人呐，姐姐。
Not praying anymore, but
2对，
the 8 seals his fate. Takes it with a smile, though.
哎，OK，
Bounty for Zhao. Pay jumps for everyone else. Shinpeng eliminated. GG, sir. 5th place. Good for just $200 more than the buy-in. Bit of an ROI.
行了，今儿大姐肯定冠军了，这是。
Is it wrong for me to feel like the praying with the 80% might have caused that disaster?
对啊，我开始呢没有后排线。
Gotta save the praying for when you're behind, surely. But I like the attitude with which he took quite a bad beat. He would smile on his way out.
把99猛，那牌拉出来我就。
Oh, and Selena, I just realized the awesome blingy hat is also Burberry? Is that
99压制了，
is that the Burberry pattern?
It is the Burberry pattern, but I don't know if, yeah.
Maybe not
You just never know.
officially
Yeah.
licensed.
我最短，我没压力，我靠。
Awesome hat, though. Just huge props. Small versus big instantly.
这把应该是7
Putting Shen to the test. Everybody guaranteed 1.5, 1500k USD, 2.28 million Korean won now.
一拿一摞，哥们儿愿意玩就玩。
难得当一回地主，还不尽情过瘾。
I mean, do we just reach heads up with like 150 big blinds apiece? Can't say
And
I've
there's
never-
going to be over your one hand.
we have seen some of that for sure.
难得当一回地主。
Yeah, that's the thing about when you have two clear chip leaders on the table, when they have like, 180 big blinds, what that does mean the rest of the table is very, very short stacked.
Four-handed, UTG is the cutoff. We're opening 8-7 off. And Zhao's going to battle.
Zhao Yan, the only customer in a small blind with the queen 10. Batsuk here has the up-down draw.
Oh, wow. Queen 10. Not willing to release. I feel like these two are playing heads up already. Floating with the Queen 10. Correctly, mind you. Best hand for now. And hits the 10. For all the comfort in the world.
We'll take a stab. Quick call.
What a great check by Zhao. Gets an extra 10k.
这得赢。
She's really running away with it.
Yeah.
Over 400 now. Over 200 bigs. There we see it. Has the entire field covered now. Oh, so Selena, I must apologize. You were right. There is indeed a satellite for day 1E as well. So 2 satellites today, counting the one in the morning. And that's going to be right before day 1E Turbo, which starts at 7:30 p.m. So 5 p.m. we have a satellite for that. And the other event is the 2-person team event, 750 buy-in. I'm just saying, if Zhao Yan continues to do what she's doing, that frees us up to play this event. Would be a real return to the poker streets for you, to just battle at the TLPT teams, show them how it's done. So I have to ask, have people been taking selfies with you over here?
Yeah, like there are times where I get stopped and then, they just tell me my entire resume and they know me really well. Yeah, because there are times where I'm kind of like a place where, it's been 6-7 years and I kind of feel like with a lot of new faces here, I could get away with people not knowing me, and, I mean, in the past, I've signed passports, like you name it. It's like some really, really...
Remind me to get you to sign my passport before I leave.
I don't think that's legal. That's a problem. Yeah, it's some really, interesting, bizarre stuff in the past. And, you do get a few players who recognizes me. There are players who actually have a photo, like a selfie photo from back when, and then they take one now, and then it's kind of like they've got the two, comparison. Like sometimes I see people and they're just like, oh, you don't look you don't look any different to 6-7 years ago, right? Like, yeah, it's good to hear that. Yeah, I mean, even just this morning, somebody said to me, "Oh, you're born in the 90s." I'm like, "Oh yeah."
Let's go. If I didn't know any better, I would certainly feel that way. So I'm with them. And how do you like that aspect of, the poker fame? And how did you like it even, when it kind of grew for you back in the day?
Yeah, like it was enjoyable because, when I first started on this journey, it wasn't something I thought I was going to do. Like you come from a very traditional Chinese family background. I got into a selective entrance school. So you actually have to take a entrance exam in order to go to that particular high school. So pretty much like it was the number one. It was a female. It was an all-girls school, but it was like the best female girls school year on year. It's just because it's a selective entrance, right? And then I went on to do university at the Melbourne U, and it wasn't something that I had planned for. I just liked games. I just really liked games. And then it was like out of nowhere where I played online for about 3 months. I was ranked 30 in all of Australia on like an online ranking system. So then that was exactly when they were putting together Team Australia, and I became a part of that. And then I won satellite to APPT Macau, and they were putting together Team Asia. And then I became part of that. So I was probably the only person that was at the same time part of 2 different teams representing Australia and Asia. It was a really fun journey, and it was just more like, oh, you tell me I could just travel the world playing a game that I love? Like, of course, I'm in. And that was the case for me for like 14 years. And I'm really glad I was given that opportunity.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. That's amazing. And maybe my favorite side of poker, tournaments in particular, where, poker did not start out with tournaments as even 5% of the volume. It just meant playing cash in CD backrooms. And we evolved it into something a lot more accessible, because there's limited downside. It's extremely convenient, very safe and secure, and it's really grown the game into the ability to have ambassadors like you and many others. So yeah, I'm sure you signed many autographs, took many selfies back in the day. Could you walk down a poker room in Macau without being stopped?
No, I think in the past it was like I don't get my breaks during a poker tournament, so it would just be like, the tournament will go on 15-minute break, and I just start like having to, take photos with the people that come down. It was a very different era of poker, I also believe, because pros were like the rock stars at the time of the sport, you know, of poker, and it's transitioned a little bit from that. I think from at the moment it's a lot more about like content creators.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That's true.
Yeah. So you actually come across poker pros a little bit less. Obviously, you get the random guys who, like I guess Michael Mizuraki, who's like kind of like, I mean, his resume is just insane. Like I don't know how anybody.
Well, Hall of Famer now.
Yeah, just doing that, you know. And I can see somebody like him coming down to say a Poker Room in Asia and just be like, you know, the rock star, right? But your standard, you know, average pro that might represent a certain region, I don't think that it's the same as you used to be. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great insight. I mean, we have Jungle Man out here on the tournament floor, and he's someone. Well, let me just pause there because, you know, the trap was set pre-flop by Kings, and I just noticed that we have seen the all-in. Understandable with a pair and a flush draw. So once again, we have a bounty up for grabs. This time it's Chen at risk. This is basically a flip, and a club does come in. He's not drawing dead. Needs a club, and that's gonna be that. My word, the way we are progressing across the field here. We're down to just 3.
It is so rare to pick up those big pocket pairs with the number of limited hands you get per hour, but then to bust with it is just so unfortunate.
I should point out that he limped on the button, you know, did let in the jack deuce, but maybe this was the way it was always going to go down, and also did give himself the chance to get a double up. Was a flip on the flop. That's fun to say. Was a flip on the flop. But there we have it. It's down to 3. Everybody now guaranteed at least 2K, 2.1 in USD to be precise. So at least a 2x return. I believe all the remaining players have at least 1 bounty, if not 2. Should get a look at the chip count shortly, but safe to say Lee's going to be 3rd in chips.
I just feel like the tournament in Asia plays very fast. You know, we went from a full table of 9, an hour halving, we're down to 3, isn't it?
And I believe coming in, the average blinds, if I had to just guess based on the stack distribution I saw, would be at least 40. This is not something you see every day. Bit of the Asia effect, bit of the mystery bounty effect as well, bit of the TLPT effect. Looks like Zhao really does love the 6-3, but also we are 3-handed on the button. Suited hand will open. It's going to be the big stack battle, with 1 stack much bigger at this point. And Zhao has flopped the open-ender. Pretty favorable.
Oh, we can see that she actually has a lot more else than just the up and down. Just because that Batsuke here has not connected. With 2 overcards, he's going for a call.
There it is, one of those outs you mentioned, apart from the straight. Pair of 3s. We saw Zhao float the Queen 10. Out of position in that case. This time it's King 10 floating. I think we check behind here. Plenty of equity to realize. But look at this. The aggression is relentless. She's gone on the bigger side. Has kind of turned her hand into a bluff. A semi-bluff to be precise. It's going to get the job done. We've seen this a lot, Zhao bluffing with the best hand, which is to say, even when she has showdown value, she just keeps firing.
Yeah, definitely one of the more aggressive players on the table. And, you know, so far from what I've seen of her play today, I'm pretty impressed, I must say.
So I do have access to the entire list from day 1B, 1C, 1A, including those who made it. Well, the first thing I did was look up Zhao on that list. Did fire 2 flights, not in the money yet, which means there's no doubt she's going to try and ship this one and fire 1D, 1C. I mean, 1D, 1E, pardon me.
So she has not made it through to the second.
She's not made it through yet. She's guaranteed at least 2.1K, and let's face it, with her monster stack, looks likely to be on the verge of more, not to mention the bounty envelopes. And frankly, she'd be one of my picks. I mean, this level of aggression, not to mention table presence, seems very calm and collected. And not to mention the blink. I mean, that is all very strong, as we see quite an action flop. 9-7-4 open-ender for my new favorite player at the table, Xiaoyan. And top pair, good kicker, backdoors for Lee. We begin with a 4K bet, and it's immediately pounced on in the form of the small check raise. Although now that we're three-handed, I would argue that the actual pay jumps are equally meaningful to the envelopes. But I like this decision by Zhao to sort of start building for stacks in case we do hit. Now we got the ace as a potential bluff card. Once you check raise, though, how do you represent it?
She is going for it. With 34 in the middle, she bets 20k. That's a very balanced way of, I think that 20k go-to that she picks. And a lot of times it seems like it's kind of like drawing, right? She's kind of like that big sizing as well.
And how do you interpret this in Lee's shoes?
I think, has he gone for a raise?
What in the world is going on?
50k. And she puts him all in.
Oh my goodness, she's 3-bet him all in.
With a straight draw. And he's got 36k behind. Does he call it off? Because now he has to think maybe she does have an ace in her hand.
How can you call? Your opponent just 3-bet you on this flop.
Oh, man. The only way you can kind of see it is because you kind of just committed a little bit, right? Because you've put a lot of your stack in. And you might just have to call it off, just hoping that your opponent is still on the draw that they're on. It's not an easy call.
The speed with which she put him in as well has got to be scary. It just screams of an ace, maybe something even stronger. I mean, if she check raised the flop, she could have the ace-high flush draw as well. Mind you, think back to that one showdown we saw where she had the straight draw. Just the open-ender with the 4. It's actually how she built her stack all the way at the start of the table. So he calls it off correctly.
It does going. And he should be so glad to see that he's not behind at this point. I mean, what a good call by Li Yuzhen here.
Once again, the open-ender. 17% on the river. Can she pull the rabbit out of the hat once more and get us down to a heads up? Otherwise, Lee doubles. And that is the brick of all bricks. 200k for Lee. The hyper-aggression does not work out this time for Zhao. All of a sudden, stacks are much more of a three-way affair. 200, 320, and I believe Batsuk will be around the 300 range as well.
Yeah, I like that play by her, though, because there are times out there, players might talk themselves into folding that hand. The only thing is he just did not have that much behind. That's the only problem there, which I guess for him, just kind of hoping for the best. And technically, if you do call it off, you probably have your king out, your obviously your 9 out, so it's not end of the day. But yeah, it's one of those spots it's so annoying to be in, is you kind of went for a raise on that turn, and then when the player plays back at you, you're like, why did I just call?
Yeah, absolutely. And it works out in that case, but yeah, pretty non-standard to take middle pair and decide to raise it in position once the ace comes out. Certainly non-standard and unconventional have been the themes of the day, and we're all the luckier for it. It's been an absolute blast to watch. And now, as I said, three-handed affair. 200, 250, and 300 are the stacks. Lee has worked his way up the hard way, I would argue, and really become a contender in this tournament all of a sudden. Bit of Balancing on the timing tell before we come along. Certainly was always coming along with the king eight. And look at this action flop once more. What in the world are we seeing? King Jack 10, 2 diamonds, 15 outs, all live for the Queen 7, actually making it the equity favorite. Top pair for Lee on a very dangerous board. You certainly can't go anywhere against the 5k bet for now. So come along, we shall, and bink on the turn. King 8 now drawing dead. And it's the kind of bink that looks just about safe enough for the King 8 to come along for one more street. Just a half pot bet. Could be doing this with weaker holdings than a king, such as something like Queen Jack. Even hands such as Jack 10. King 8 would have some equity against. Not to mention we saw this man raise middle pair. So yeah, he's put in 12k drawing dead. Now it comes to Jack on the river. Some of the holdings I mentioned that may have been just sort of block betting in position, trying to get to a cheap showdown, but have now improved to trips. King 8 doesn't beat much. We're always value betting and Batsuk shoes. The only question is how much. What are we trying to get calls from? Do we think a hand is weak as a naked king will call? Or do we just target hands with a jack in them? Yeah, looks like he's chosen the latter. He's just gone polar. And he's just aiming to get calls from hands that feel like they cannot fold, you know. Something like a Jack 9 with the 9 of diamonds. Maybe a really strong king playing it tricky, such as King Queen. Although you'd still want at least the Queen of diamonds to feel comfortable. Pretty tough for Batsuk to find bluffs in this spot, I would argue. You need something like the naked ace of diamonds that went half pot, full pot. I think Lee can work his way into understanding the situation here. Sometimes you just beat. We have a bluff catcher. Doesn't have the greatest bluff catching properties, but we've still paid it off. Bit of a misstep from Lee. Really feeling like he was being pushed around. And what a great value bet by Batsuk. Full pot gets paid off.
Do you think this has little to do with the fact that he was successfully looking up a kind of semi-bluff in the previous hand?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's a great point. You know, you might feel like everybody's coming after you and you're in the similar spot. Still plenty of bigs. Quite a serious dent to his stack. No longer sort of equally contending with the two big stacks now. But 50 big blinds is plenty on any table, even three-handed. Quick pickup. So we kicked off about 90 minutes ago. Should be heading towards a break within the next 10 to 15 minutes. We've gone down from 9 players to 3. But this could be quite a battle. Everybody's locked up over 2k USD. 5k up top to play for, and 3 mystery bounties still to grab, each of those worth 1600 in average value. But the biggest one is nearly the same as the first place prize, 4.8k. Ambitious from the small blind, and this is dangerous. We've raised King Deuce of diamonds from the small. Understandable way to construct your small blind range, taking the King Little suited to the streets. King Jack did not raise pre-flop. Instead, we've raised on the flop, but it's a min raise. Zhao continues to be unpredictable. And Batsuk now on the back foot, but probably comfortable with the king, and certainly more so with the diamond coming on the turn. This is getting quite hairy. Certainly Zhao could have bet the turn. Instead checks behind for pot control against the connected 7 coming out, and now the ace. Bit of an action killer. And it looks like we're block betting this in Batsuk's shoes. After the check back on the turn, he likely thinks king is going to be ahead more often than not. Zhao has the check mark, and this hand is certainly going to go her way. The only question is call or raise. She decides to just call. That could have been quite a lot bloodier, I'd say. Check behind on the flop for pot control, working in Batsuk's favor. This is one of those spots, Lena, where I'd actually really be looking forward to the break as any of these 3 players, because they get a chance to sort of roll back the tape, make the most of the coverage, and see what their opponents had in key spots.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of information to gain, especially on a player like Zhao Yan, right? Like, I kind of feel like, you know, majority of the players have been playing more standard. And I think she's kind of taken her draws to the next level. And, you know, I can see her actually being able to bully a lot of people out of the better hands, right? By just that pure aggression. And sitting pretty in the chip lead with 141 big blinds right now.
That hat is just too good. That is a final table hat, if ever there was one. If you come across Zhao on the floor, would you mind asking her where she got that hat? Because if it's
I would do
somewhere
that
local,
for you.
I'm willing to punt whatever it takes. I'll take a cab to the other side of the island.
The only thing that's kind of throwing me off about the color is I see a bit of blue on the side. I don't think that color combination is normally in that of the Burberry design.
I feel like I have seen.
Yeah,
I've seen a little bit of variation.
I mean, we could just be like, you know, look it up to see if it is actually indeed.
Oh yeah, I forgot AI exists now. That's a great point.
Or you could take a photo of it and be like, show me, you know, the manufacturer of this hat.
Speaking of hats in Jeju, I think the move is to take back some orange hats from the island. As you must know, Jeju famous for its... Is it tangerines they call it?
Yes, that's right. I actually bought a bag of them from the grocery store. It's extremely flavorful.
Yeah, it's like a crossbreed. So halabongs, right? I believe. And you get a ton of cookies and desserts with those.
Yeah, would this be it then?
Oh my, did you find it?
I really don't think it's something you could just walk like it could not just be this season anymore. So it could be something like you might have to hunt down second-handed. I don't know if you'll be able to just
It's
go
like
to
an
shop.
heirloom.
Yeah, like I don't know if you could go to a shop and just like buy one.
For what it's worth, I clicked on the link that you just showed me and it said sold out.
Sold
Yeah,
out,
great
yeah.
point. Well, there's a flush for Zhao, and this is interesting because Batsuk might interpret his Jack of Clubs as a lot more equity than he does have. Flush draw is live as it turns out. Tens would not be live, although you might think that the Broadway straight draw is worth something. And Xiaoyan in control, in position with the flush. 18k is the bet. And looks like we're raising it up. Makes a lot of sense with the small flush. It's a quick raise. She has been known to play her draws quite aggressively. The raise is the min variety once more. So I suspect Batsuk is priced in. In fact, if he could see the hands face up, he would call. He's getting the right odds to come along. And we have nearly 100k pot. The river coming to determine who maintains the chip lead in this tournament. And it's not a club. Batsuk left for Jack High. A quick stack fired into the middle. I believe that's a full 100. Full pot. Kind of like the bet, considering the nature of the board. You know, something like 2 pairs would be in a really tough spot, but Jack High, not so much. So once again, crosses 400.
Oh, you asked me about that question earlier about photo. This is so last year. I was sitting just in front of the stage, just getting ready for a trophy presentation. And I had someone who ran up to me to give me a gift. But the thing was, they were so nervous and shy about it. They kind of checked with someone, like a mutual friend of ours, was like, do you think it will be okay? Do you think, But the thing was, he was also a content creator in poker. So he actually filmed the whole thing. And then later on, I was sent the video of it. So it was like quite cool. But
That's cool.
yeah. But I had no idea at the time.
So they had a present for you.
Yeah. It was like 2 keyrings that to me, it would be weird for them to have kind of prepared it, but it was like actually from Dubai, maybe like a recent trip they went on or something. And yeah, they were just like, I've prepared a present for you and stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
I will say though, or let me ask you, the fact that it was recorded and is content, does that reduce the gift aspect of it, or all the same to you?
No, I think that his focus was much more like, look at guys, I got to say hi to Selena and she's such a nice person.
Oh, wow,
right. So I was like, okay.
That's amazing.
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
And then as you were saying, it's very nice to have, your poker performances on video. Nice to have these interactions.
It is. It's
documented
cool.
as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the excitement of like, you being pretty new to the game, but you have seen players on TV, you have seen players on stream, and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, like you have some people that you look up to, and then when you come out to say a place like Jeju, you get to see some of your idols of the game, and it's almost like getting access to a celebrity, but then like it's actually a dream come true instead of like say, oh, if you like Taylor Swift, well, I don't know if you could just walk up to her, right?
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite aspects about just being in any subculture, really, right? Like the rock stars, as you call them, actually just kind of regular people who are passionate about this one thing we all love. And yeah, I doubt any poker player really minds, a fan coming over.
Oh, look at that. Zhao Yan with her aggression has just bluffed Batsuke of a better hand on that river. She's really that momentum, you can really feel it, you know what I mean? When you kind of feel like, oh, I have a great read on the table, things are happening just the way I want them to be, you just kind of like feel quite invincible, and that's kind of how she's feeling at this point.
Yeah, took that small hit when she couldn't catch with the open-ender. But for the most part, she feels like she's developed a formula to winning. Just bet. Try to get your opponents to fold. If not, just hit. Easy enough. So what you said, Selena, reminded me of one of my favorite ads from back in the day. It was actually for Intel chip company. And it was this clearly like a middle-aged, maybe like early 50s, late 40s engineer-looking Indian guy walking down an office of cubicles with AC/DC playing at the back. And everybody in the cubicles just losing their minds looking at him like the way groupies do. Just like fainting and, having to fan themselves. And it's just this like Indian dude who's clearly an engineer, just like winking, giving the finger guns, slow motion walk. And in the end, it just said, our rock stars are not like your rock stars. Which is just saying, in our Intel offices, the nerds are the rock stars. And I just think that's so true of any subculture, right? Like, poker rock stars, maybe not like regular rock stars. They might, wear glasses or hoodies or neck scarves. But, in this game that we all love, we have a different reason to have a lot of more fandom. But I never thought about what you just said, that it's the content creators today that sort of have the same appreciation. And more power to them, arguably, have done a lot to grow the game in a way that maybe poker players have not participated in the same way. Really feels like we have our first impasse of this final table, this three-way affair. That being said, Zhao has been chipping away at them ever since we did get three-handed. We can see the slight extension of the chip lead, 424. Now raising the king deuce. All the pressure currently being put on Lee, who has plenty of bakes, mind you. Nearly 50. Look at the size of that open. Almost 4x. I think we can let the jack deuce go. Especially when we're deep enough. If your opponent's raising 4x, you need to call less frequently. Yeah, good decision. Zhao does strike me as a player who's relying on intuition and aggression. It's a pretty deadly combo. Every once in a while, does seem to get sort of caught with her hands in the cookie jar, but until then, like, it's tough to take a stand against somebody so unpredictable. So once again, I really do think the break might be when these players get a bit more of a read. And I believe the rail we see at the back is for Lee. They might feed him some information as well. Mystery hand and mystery sizing as well, this time 6K. And Lee has a proper holding. Hand is revealed to be pretty weak, 10-3 of spades.
Lee finds a 3-bet, 22K, and in the big blind. Batsuke here with the ace-queen, 3-handed. Man, these are good holdings.
I mean, do we just get it in? There's still the mystery bounty aspect to consider.
He's going for a 4-bet here by the looks of it.
So one can assume Zhao gets out of the way. And how do you feel in Lee's shoes about the cold 4-bet?
I just kind of feel like you have to look at the fact there's 3 players on the table and your 8 is just really strong in that spot. You know, I mean, sure, you can... There are times where you could be like, oh, if the opponent has an overpair, I'm looking not so good. But, you know, a lot of players do say that, like, oh, more likely than not, they will have those 2 overcards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of combos, right? Like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, 16 combos of each. Versus the overpairs. Even if you go 9s plus, there's 6 combos each of those. So certainly the likelihood favors the overcards. One could argue aces and kings maybe play it trickier. Yeah, he's going with it. And looks like we're going to have a race for 232K in chips. These two would either swap stacks or we're down to heads up. Lee has survived a few all-ins to get this far. Now flops best 10-5-3, pretty clean. Taps the table, likely wanting just an 8. It's a 5, good enough. Taps the table again and gets the job done.
Well, that's his second flip, right? Because he had...
Third flip, actually.
Third flip, yeah.
Yeah, we had the jack deuce against the kings.
Right, yes.
And then, not exactly a flip, but an all-in against the open-ender.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Now Batsuk is actually our shorter stack on this final table.
Yeah, I mean, absolute cooler there, considering 3-handed, small versus big. Maybe the stacks were always meant to go in, and Lee always meant to double. And we're likely on the verge of a break. It's quite a shift. Credit to Lee for not only holding on tight from 9 players down to 3, but now second in chips. And I don't know if I've had the chance to mention ever since you've been backschooling now, but Lee is the player on this table with under 1,000 on his hand and mob. Just 1 cash in Jeju at an event. I suppose you never know with Chinese players about local events, but certainly seems to be the least experienced between these 3.
And what is Zhao Yan sitting on?
Zhao Yan with over 50K on her hand and mob.
Okay.
Once again, not too familiar with Hen and Mob and Mongolia in terms of dynamics, but about 7K for Batsuk.
Oh, can you pull up that Mongolian all-time list?
Yeah, 370K up top.
Okay, so do you see the name of the second player?
Bold.
Yeah, that's him.
Right. That's who
That's
you were
him.
mentioning. Over 200K. I'm familiar with a player that, let me see if I can find him on the list, because he has a super fun name. Yeah, I don't see him, and it could be a nickname, but there's a Mongolian player who goes by Mumu, I believe. He has sort of anime, all white hair, super fun.
Oh, then is there a chance he could be the number one spot?
Huh, interesting. I don't know that the name matches, but you never know with nicknames.
Both with a piece on this flop. But Suk has the best of it right now with the Queen 10 on the 10-8-5 board. Zhao Yan is the one betting after being checked too. Looks like he's going for a raise right here.
I like it. Heads up pot, and his opponent, Zhao, that is, has proven to be quite sticky. Even in the hands that he's seen go to showdown. You know, heads up, top pair, good kicker is going to be the best hand. Almost always. And now the 9 does give the backdoors to both players. Jack would be disastrous. Zhao with the dummy end of the straight. We don't love this card. 7-6 does complete. But a lot of hands become pair and straight draws. And I think we can start committing stacks and sizing up, considering we have our own straight draw. We did not size up, so we actually gave Zhao pretty good odds to come along. And that is a brick. That is a beautiful brick. Yeah, let's offer the bounty. We're all in. Could tempt Zhao. We've seen this polar bet from Batsuk. Last time around, it was quite nutted. He had the queen high flush and Lee paid it off. Does Zhao put it together, or does she get tempted by the bounty? The time banks signal that she is going to think about it.
I kind of feel like just too much got there. And, you know, because I guess a straight draw on that flop hit with the 9, right? And, you know, I don't know, it's really hard for her to make a call there with the 8.
Yeah, it's tough to find a bluff for the check raise bet jam line. So, slight shake up in stacks once more. Batsuk does climb a little bit, still shortest, but 67 bigs is hardly short.
Jacks now, small blind. Zhao Yan raising it to 10k. Actually, so she's going with a full 4x from the small blind into big blind.
Yeah, has done that before. 9.5 last time. Did not have too strong a holding then. This time pocket jacks. And I think Lee knows he's not supposed to fold kings in the big blind. And it's coming long despite the raise size. It's the kind of matchup that doesn't bloat pots too often. Oh, wait just a second. He decides to take a stand with the 3-bet and gets snap ripped into.
Little ill-timed. Just cause here, Zhao Yan does have a hand. But I don't mind that play pre-flop because she has been more aggressive.
他竟然瑞死我，我这把老大了。
She's having a blast, I'll tell you that.
哎，没有找我500块。
Yeah, final table is always very fun.
放500。
刚才我放了3000，那边放了2500。
It's gotta be so fun in these players' shoes to know that they've locked up 2K, they're playing for 5K up top, but they still have some envelopes to pull, and their fortunes can really turn based on how the envelope gods decide to feel.
老公，干嘛我瑞死了？他瑞死我，我欧印，我要给他带走。
太凶了。KK 都 full。
Oh, whoa. We folded the queen deuce suited from the small. Bit too tight. Certainly have plenty of blinds. Don't mind giving walks. Can wait for juicier holdings. But traditionally, queen deuce suited is high enough in the card distribution that we can try and play a hand. Small versus big is basically heads up.
没有休息时间吗？
Good rule of thumb, you know, you can play
对，该休息。
about 90% of your hands in position.
看看手机。
Maybe 70 to 80 out of position. Profitable to do so. Especially with the ante. That's a strong holding. Ace-8 of diamonds. That's a strong holding too. Mind you, blinds have gone up. So the much more traditional raise size actually seems a bit too small. Which is to say, not large enough from the small blind. 7.5. And Zhao realizes that king-queen in position against that small open is good enough to bump up the stakes.
27k. Got quite a pot building here.
(933), an absolute whiff, and certainly the advantage for the pre-flop aggressor and the woman in position.
$20k on that flop.
She loves the 20k, but it's
Loves
great
it.
sizing in this case, right? Because you do
Yeah.
want to down bet on the 933 board.
It's easy for Batsuk here to call once, but she's the kind of player who doesn't really just stop betting. But that turn card now, you know, Batsuke has to think he's ahead. There's a lot of paired ranges in Zhao Yan's 3 betting pre-flop range there where, you know, she is going to bet that flop no matter what. But with that ace on the turn,
That's quite a drill, isn't it? Because pretty much any other card, and clearly Zhao was likely to continue with the barreling. I don't know how Batsuk would have held on. And now it is just a 40k donation, check mark for Batsuk, and I frankly don't see him releasing this hand at any point. Not much to do with check call. Love this close up. Shout out to the production team for really capturing both of their poker faces. Now, I know I made some incorrect predictions before, but Batsuk folding can't be one of them. We've drilled the ace. Yeah, we are going to call it off for now. Using the small chips to do so, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's got no blues left after that hand versus seat 1.
Another ace.
Now you're not worried at all, are you?
Oh, he does check. Mind you, there was a world where he could get value from the king-queen if he let out and we get the showdown. He's gone runner nuts. She shows it once again. Don't love that. Oh, she doesn't show it. Okay, we
No,
see
I
the
don't think she
cards
does it.
face down.
这把还挺好，我圈配失误，转牌挺花。
She kind of gave the expression like she got outdrawn.
Yeah.
Which I don't mind. You know, that frustration like you caught up on the river.
You're right.
Yeah, so with that, you know, we have seen Batsuke catch up a little bit.
It's up to second in chips, 87 bigs, 260k. So we've kind of had a bit of a swing in positions between second and third place, but once again we're at that 200, 250, 300 stack dynamic. Top pair for Lee. 2 overs, gut shot for Zhao, who will remain interested in this spot, that's for sure. Min bet and a check call. Bottom card pairs up, pretty favorable for top pair. I think we should be looking to size up here with some confidence that we have the best hand. Said he's gone 5k. I mean, quite a lot of draws possible, and the 10 actually gives the check mark to Zhao, and now it's gone check. So the small sizing works as a form of pot control for Lee. When you're playing deep stack three-handed, these are the kind of pots you expect to see more often than not. Instead, we do end up seeing some huge pots. Zhao never afraid to bump up the stakes, so slightly less than 200 now for Lee. This is the proper part of the Mystery Bounty tournament because now the pay jumps are meaningful. Each pay jump about the equivalent to the average value of a bounty. So we have our eyes on the prize, not to mention the trophy and the glory. Does the Mystery Bounty winner get a banner too next time, you think?
Yeah, I think so far I've seen like a banner for almost every winner in the past.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, as you get more and more winners, you can't put everybody on banner.
That's fair. Still, the banner equity is real.
Yeah. That's actually a funny thing that in my parents' living room, I have a banner. Because I used to not be home so much, just living in Macau and being on the road playing poker, that they just put up a poster of me. So it was one of those, I think it was an Australian-New Zealand tour back then. And it was a poster that, you know, I was given and I got to keep. And they've just put it up on their living room.
Full size?
Full size, yeah. Like as big as the banner that you see there. Wider, actually.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah, so I always have that presence, you know.
That is aggressive. You'll never let them forget you, for sure. Every time they want a glass of water. It sounds like you did, somehow. Sounds like you inceptioned them into it.
Li Yuzhen here on the dealer button with the pocket tens.
Quite a pleasant pickup, especially as the shortest stack for now. Quick fold from the small, it looks like.
Probably not going to get a customer in this spot with 6-2 for Zhao Yan in the big blind.
No action. Always disappointing. Strong hand in the small. Saw her go 4x last time. Lines her up to 1.53. What do we choose now? $4x again?
8K. Close to.
Less
Liu
than 3.
Jin. Yeah, less than 3. Liu Jin here with the king 10. Easy call. C betting only 6K though on that flop.
She's unpredictable, we know that. Continues the trend, and now the jack is interesting. Backdoor open-ender for Lee. Gut shot, and still the pair of 9s for Zhao. She's betting again. Third pair to the board. It's actually correct to charge Lee if he wants to continue. And your Lee has a 10, which is the blocker to the nut straight himself. Not a bad spot to semi-bluff, and look at this. He's taken it. This man has some moves. Don't let the Hendon mob fool you. 41K is the ask. Now the same game to be played by Zhao. She herself has blockers, 2 of them in this case, to the nut straight. Don't know about converting her hand into a bluff. She could be tempted to peel. We've seen her get quite sticky with straight draws. Rainbow board. Yeah, we've come along with the best hand, as it turns out. Absolute brick on the river, and it goes check and flow. And now do you take this spot as Lee, Selena? What are you representing on the turn that doesn't fire the river? Yeah, he's going to.
He's going to. It's just so much chips in the middle, and I can't see him just giving up. And he does go for it, and it's a sizable bet here with 113K in the middle.
Looks like we've gone 70.
Bet goes for exactly 70K. I do find it pretty hard for Zhao Yin to make the call here. It's a good size bet.
I mean, she blocks a nut straight, sure, but there are other holdings that Lee would raise in position. Not too many, though, I will say. So it was raised pre-flop from the small. I suppose Jack 8 might make some sense. Whatever it might be, Zhao decides that third pair is too much to ask, and Lee up to 250K on the back of some aggressive poker. And watch this. We have a 3-way effective tie here at the Mystery Bounty final table.
That's a fun hand there. And I do like it that they're all evened out chips now, which means we should see more post-flop play, some interesting maneuvers from these players. Should be exciting.
Certainly don't see that every day either. 83, 84, 90. So let's say everybody at about 85 bigs, 3-way, 3 Bounty envelopes, and the climb from 2K to 5K in the payout to go. Did actually spot some familiar faces on the floor, not just from poker in Asia and poker coverage, but actually some people I've played with in the past. And I do think they heard about the overlay and came down. You know, fire 1D, 1E. Likely looking at a hefty overlay.
That overlay is going to be significant, I must say.
Yeah, and
You
that's
know,
free money for the players in terms of value.
If you told me that you were guaranteed 1,000 players, then I'd be like, oh, it could be very close, right? But we talk about 1,500, right? So if I was to guess, it could overlay 400 player,
Yeah.
400,000, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. It's always tricky because if enough people come down thinking there's an overlay, there's not much of an overlay, but this is not one that'll be overcome, you know?
Yeah.
And much credit to TLPT. First off, going big, guaranteeing 1.5 million, exceeding a lot of similar main events across the region, and obviously committed. Nothing beats the free value of an overlay to poker players in a tournament. We flopped a set for Batsuk, King 8 Deuce. Check to the pre-flop aggressor who has connected just enough, 60% of a royal. And we have quads, three-handed at the final table. And what do you do with quads but check and hope for some action? Bottom pair provides none. An ace-queen could be tempted to think they're ahead. Doesn't take the bait. Does end up with a queen though, so looks like Batsuk should get some value. Nothing feels enough with quads, but second pair to the board, best kicker. Yeah, Ali should just be paying this off more often than not. If not Zhao, one of the two, I suppose. One of the reasons to make this call is that we actually beat the king kicker on the board. So let's see the fun showdown.
Batsuk has absolutely no expression whatsoever.
He's disappointed.
There's just, there's not a smile. There's just nothing. I've gotten nothing from him all day long.
He's on a mission. Let's get this done. Let's ship a trophy from Mongolia.
I don't even know he speaks Chinese at this point.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
See, that the problem is if he wins a tournament, I don't know if I can interview him.
You know, Mongolian players have okay English, I find. Not great on average,
Okay.
at least in terms of my experience with a group of players I met in Jeju.
Right, so my interview would be like, TLPT good?
Kind of,
Yeah, okay, got it.
I spoke to a couple of them asking them how to pronounce their names because they tend to have slightly longer names. And
Yeah, no, because that last name, I'm like, it's Mayag Mador,
okay.
I guess.
Miag Mardor J. Yeah.
Do you pronounce the J as a silent?
no
I'm
idea.
not sure. I really have no clue. Dealer button, 4-3 suited, raising up to 6k. Zhao Yan in the small blind with the king 10 calls. But Li Yuzhen here, I don't think that's going to be the end of the pre-flop action. He does pick up ace-jack in the big blind. Oh, he does just opt to call.
That's
It's
shocking.
It's actually three-way to the flop.
What are we doing? We're not squeezing ace-jack? So strong, three-handed.
So strong three-handed. No, the only thing I can think of is some players do not like to play out of position. Now, Batsuk does have the flush draw for him to continue there.
That's a tiny bet. Multi-way, you do see bet sizing go down, considering technically the ICM pressure should be higher, but this bet is not going to get folds from the likes of the King 10, and what do you know? He was just building the pot. And the ace-jack getting out of the way at the right time, because the ace in the turn would have cost him some chips. So Lee just avoiding all kinds of pitfalls in this hand so far with that conservative play pre-flop. Yeah, and Batsuk is going to not only retake the chip lead, which he actually did last hand, but now cross 300k in chips. Over 100 bigs. Quite a battle this has been. I don't believe Lee's had a shot at the chip lead just yet. Certainly was second. I think these three are just flip-flopping in terms of the table standings. They're playing some deep stack three-handed tournament poker. It's kind of fun. It's like the final stage of the tournament, but with everybody deep stack, it's almost like you're playing the first stage of the tournament. It's like, how do you set up for stacks in a bounty tournament? It's not easy. Not if you're 100 big blinds deep. King 6, once again a hand strong enough to continue, and instead we see the pocket nines flat call. What in the world is going on? And it flops a 9. This is so dangerous. The case 9 coming out, but a really surprising flat call from Batsuk. Unlikely. I did not think he was afraid of getting chips into the pot pre-flop. Now we're playing a tricky on the rainbow. Pardon me, the 2 spades board. And a disastrous 7 for Zhao. Oh no. This has just worked out like a charm for Batsuk. Maybe a 3-bet pre-flop would have got a fold from Zhao. Instead, now we have Zhao drawing dead. And surely now on the two-tone board, as wet as it gets, Batsuk wants to raise it up. Yeah, there's the check raise. Selena, you were talking about butterfly effects yesterday. I mean, this is hard to comprehend in terms of how we got to this situation. No 3-bet pre-flop, and now the 9 and the 7. Can Zhao ever not go broke if it comes a brick?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting because I would not think that the pre-flop action would have just gone with just a call in the big blind. And I think there's a chance that some of the players kind of feel like, you know, knowing some extra info, maybe Zhao Yan is quite aggressive. This card probably might save her from losing more chips. I don't see her, you know, I see her calling a river bet, but I don't think there's going to be too much more chips going in apart from that. Really depends on how Batsuk sizes it. Oh, he's gone for a check here. So yeah, she's going to check behind a lot of the time. I actually much prefer a bet there. I really...
Yeah, why the check?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Unless, yeah, he kind of be like, is there a chance that she got there with a flush draw?
Yeah, I mean, I know the spades have come in, but, you know, you can take a bet and deal with a raise against a potential flush accordingly. Certainly do want to get value from 2 pairs. Wouldn't expect 9 and 7 there, considering you had 2 of them, but certainly other 2 pairs possible, and the board didn't change much apart from the spade flush.
Kind of really felt like she lost the minimum, doesn't it?
Yeah, considering the turn card there. And mind you, we talked about the benefit, results-wise at least, of him not 3-betting, but maybe if he 3-bets, she comes along with 9-7. Then we have a huge pot in a favorable situation. Tons of madness at this final table. Leading us to 3-handed, and certainly now 3-handed as well. Did see the ace-jack, flat call, get away from the ace in the turn. Now the pocket 9s. Mind you, that pickup Batsuk with the clear chip lead. There was that moment where he was out of those blue chips, the 5Ks, and now he's built towers in front of him. And flops way the best of it with King 7. Players yet to get a break, should be on the verge, but I don't doubt that they're feeling some of the exhaustion because the more short-handed you play, you have to play more hands, right? So it's not just like you can sit back, coast.
Yeah, and we were talking about how 6-handed is a different game from 9-handed table, right? 3-handed is even more so of a different game. You know, there is going to be a button pretty much looking to raise every time just because they're in position of both players.
Either the button or the blinds, right? The most active positions in a ring game, so certainly the mental pressure is immense. Ace on the button's comfortable.
Batsuk raising it up with the ace deuce on the button to 6K, and Li Yuzhen here, big blind. Easy complete. 2 players to the flop. Really good flop for Li Yuzhen here. Middle pair plus up down, but not putting any chips in the middle just yet. It's gone check check to the river.
Can't say I love the turn check. Not really any hand that's checking behind in Batsuk's shoes that beats King Jack, I would imagine. I mean, even weak queens will essentially try to charge draws. So some missed value potential. They're not sure an ace would have called off anyway with a gut shot. Now we're betting with the 8K. 4 to a straight board. Somehow Batsuk's not folded this yet. He's called it off. It looks like he was certainly calling at least one street.
Yeah.
Nice extraction.
Could be try to maybe catch a... I can't really see a king picking there, right? Because I'm just like, there's no bet the whole time.
Yeah.
You know, at all.
Just keeping him honest. You know?
Just 2 random, whatever cards take a stab on that river because everybody has checked to it.
Gotta keep your opponent honest. If you're deep stack, you're gonna be playing many, many hands in this exact small, big scenario. Can have some implications on future hands.
Down to 5 hands in this level.
Queen 5 seems foldable on the button. Now we saw Lee give a walk with Queen Deuce suited. Was not much of a fan of that. Yeah, this time Queen 3 suited. Does come along. You can start developing a limping strategy and a limping range, and a suited queen can fall in the midst of that. King 9 does an ISO, as we do see the 10-7-4 flop, so slightly hidden strong holding for Batsuk. Top pair now for Lee. Got shot for Batsuk. These players are playing small ball while being extremely deep stacked, which is sort of a different gear that we hadn't seen until we reached sort of this late stage of 3-handed play. Not quite sure about the reason. I feel like we had even stacks for a while, now Batsuk with the lead. Everybody feels like they have a skill advantage, perhaps. Lee has turned his top pair into a trap. We checked on the turn, we check in flow, and now the king 9 does have a 9 blocking the gut shot that just came in, but takes a showdown value. Sees how tricky Lee is playing. Well, let's trap in Selena, because if it goes like this, small ball, really trying to bleed your opponent out, could be a long grind to get to heads up.
This is very much the type of final table I normally expect to see. I think we've been really lucky with the amount of action we've gotten on our final tables so far.
Yeah. I mean, if nothing else, I feel like people want to soak up the moment, make the most of it. Obviously, go for the win, which usually involves trying to reduce variance. So, yeah, you are right. This is a bit more typical and also justifiable considering how deep we were. Things were really quite splashy for a while. Xiao the shortest stack. Lee yet to have a turn as a top, but comfortably second in chips. Man, we really do need to admire some of the people in the rail. Can't see them on their phones, so they are watching the stream. Will help out in the form of info, which is fair enough with a 30-minute delay. Snowman for the man from Mongolia. Jack 6 feels unplayable. Jack 8, on the other hand, feels defendable. And there is a jack, despite one of them being folded. It's about the best flop you can hope for, considering you block one of the 2 remaining 8s. Don't see the spot escaping Lee's grasp. Although the queen won't feel as good. He's been playing a lot of hands as traps. This time it's check on the turn. So yeah, he's going to bet his own hand. Ironically, a spot where you're a bit uncomfortable betting because you start to have any bluffs and your hand does look like what it is, a jack, but should also be unraisable with the fact that you can have a 4. Considering what he's up against, great spot to bet, and looks like it's getting paid off. Nicely done. Batsuk hoping to see an ace-high, king-high kind of situation. Looks like we've hit the break. Well, that was quite a session, or a frame as we sometimes call it, going from 9 to 3-handed and then an absolute battle, 3-way. When we come back from the break, we will play it down to the winner here in the Mystery Bounty. See you on the other side of the break.
行。
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star, this is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。
TLPT anyone could be a star。TLPT anyone could be a star。你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star。你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One boom is played, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are.
Welcome back. We have 3 players left in this mystery bounty final table. Zhao Yan being the only female still left in this tournament might be one of the only females that might have registered this tournament. You know, usually, thank you. She does have quite a bit of chips, but she was the chip leader for a very long time. And I think currently that chip lead is being held by Basuk, which is our Mongolian player.
Should mention that Zhao topped her flight in terms of chips, followed by Batsuk. Came in with 154k in chips from flight 1B. That's quite a flop. Got shot to the straight flush for Zhao. And a pair for Batsuk. And there's the flush and the check mark. Do we get another street of value? Fourth pair on the board now for Batsuk. The ask is hefty, but Zhao certainly has developed a reputation. You and I were talking about whether these players would have caught up on the stream. I can only assume some information has been gained. And we do let it go at the right time. Zhao up to over 50 bigs now. Now, Selena, as we continue my cultural education, thanks to you, about China in particular, you mentioned whether Zhao might have been the only female player. And my question is, I have a list of players here, day 1A, day 1B of this event. Can you tell by just looking at the names about male and female in China?
Not at all.
Okay.
It is pretty tough. You can only kind of guess because the idea is men tend to use certain stronger words in the name, and then you have certain words that are more female sounding. So for example, from Zhao Yan's name, I can kind of tell that the second character, Yan, should mean swallow, like as in the bird. Right. So then from that, I might be able to deduce the fact it would be, you know, more of a female name. But at the same time, because there is no sound marked on the YAN, if you say Yan or Yan, now it could turn into a male's name very easily.
Gotcha.
Right? It has to be that particular character that's being used in her name that I would know then it's a female. So if you had written out for me all those names now in the Chinese character,
Yeah.
I would have a much easier way of distinguishing if it could be a girl or a boy.
So in Chinese characters, would you say you get it like 80% of the time or no?
Yeah, I would say you could.
Okay.
You could, yeah. I mean, there are obviously the parents out there who had wished for a boy and he turned out to be a girl.
There's plenty of that.
Exactly. And still stuck with the name.
That's cultural education I don't need.
Yeah.
Well aware. And by the way, India is very similar, so certainly a bit of an overlap there in the cultures. But yeah, it's kind of funny because in India, I think it's quite a distinction. Comes from the Hindi language itself. There's usually certain sounds that a name ends with, like A tends to be masculine and E tends to be feminine, more often than not. Funnily enough, Selena would not apply. But there's plenty of female names with A at the end as well. But yeah, you tend to get a sense of it.
Correct. English by far would be, I think, I would imagine being the easiest to tell if it's a female or male. Yeah.
There's a few names that you never know sometimes, but you are right about that.
Oh, that's a big 3-bet. 37k from Zhao Yan in the small blind.
Batsuk doesn't want to get into a tricky situation, just lets the king eight of diamonds go. Quite a battle we have here, folks. Just over 2k USD locked up, 2x the buy-in. Can't tell from memory exactly how many bounties each player has. Lee, for certain, has 1. I would argue Zhao has 2 at least.
我最好的
And about the same for Batsuk.
最好的一把牌子 A 勾，操，输给30了。
Dealer button. Zhao Yan finds the queen 10, raising to 8k, and Li Yuzhen here with the small blind. Pocket 9s. See, the difference here is that the players are just calling instead of 3-betting.
I don't get it.
Right, out of position.
I don't get flat calling the pocket 9s there, inviting in the big blind. And now you have 1 overcard. How do you navigate from the worst position, the small blind?
Yes, everybody plays also in that style of a lot of checking.
Mind you, every player is now interested. Pocket 9s, arguably hidden pre-flop, technically remain the best. 5-4 is the open-ender, but he doesn't take a stab. And Zhao has the open-ender as well. On the king-jack board with the queen 10. 2 of the outs are actually in Lee's hand. And is he about to fold the best hand?
And that is the difference why you shouldn't play pocket 9s by just calling pre. Is because if you could have got a heads up and you made a bet on that flop, right? Just even if Zhao Yan comes along and she sees a turn with you and you possibly keep betting and so forth, and if the river blanks out, you goes check, check, you can win the pot, right? But in this instance, you're actually forced to fold pocket 9s.
What an awful result. I'm sorry to say. Just flat calling pre-flop, check, 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 and forced to check fold. The winner, as it turns out, at least till that point. And once again, the stacks are just neck and neck and neck. All 3 players between 60 and 70 bigs. Lee looks like he's reviewing what just happened and vowing not to just flat call the 9s once again.
Just limping in the small blind with the jack 9. Zhao Yan here with the king deuce from the big. Curious if she does raise it up with a hand like this. Looks like she is going for extra chips.
I like it.
Yeah, gonna pop it up to 12k.
She's certainly supposed to raise up the king deuce. There you have the blocker, and also if called, you have a little bit of board coverage if the board comes low as well. And there's an example, queen, queen, deuce. Also with the diamonds, lots more playability on any board with the diamonds. So great decision. Would have loved to take it down pre-flop. Now has way the best of it on the flop as well. Three stacks between 60 and 70 bigs. The next increment is quite small, you know. Blinds going from 4k to 5k, so we have a couple of levels to really battle it out deep stacked. I will say, unless you play spin and goes, I don't know how you get three-handed practice. It's just
spin goes.
It's just a whole different variation of poker that, I mean, maybe
yeah,
no
I
one.
remember those. You know, I totally don't. Like unless you said this, I was like, I would never think of it. But now you said this, I was like, I remember those.
Those were uniquely three-handed,
yeah,
but I don't
correct.
remember any other format that was three-handed.
It was on Stars, wasn't it?
Yeah. Has been adapted, or I should say adopted, by other platforms as well. Certainly a fan favorite. if maybe somebody started out like you, Selena, playing a lot of sit and goes, then by the end of the tournament you do get free-handed experience,
Correct.
but you're never this deep stacked.
No.
So it's not even that relevant, really.
Yeah, like if you can practice these short-handed, 6 max or below heads up, you have a lot of advantage going to a final table. Once again, very similarly stacked on this final table with the last 3 players left.
It is quite sad that I have hundreds of thousands of hands of heads up sit and goes, and yet my tournament heads up track record is abysmal just because the variance is so high heads up. And I do remember in one of the early tournaments I ran deep in, I was up against a cash game player and we're down to heads up, and I'm just telling him, I love playing heads up sit and goes. I play so many heads up sit and goes. You should do a deal. We should do a deal. And the thing is, when you're on break in a tournament, this guy was just going and putting like money on blackjack.
Right.
So I'm like, we're not getting a deal done with this
that's
this
the
fella.
wrong customer for you.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously he just ends up shipping it somehow. Queen 6 of diamonds flops. Very strong. Ace of diamonds is enough to come along for now, and now the 7 might keep Batsuk interested. No checking this time from Lee. Good timing for it. Looks likely to extract the 12k he's asking for. Four outs for Batsuk. That's one of them, but it's the diamond variety, the worst card in the deck for Batsuk. What a card. Really, the only potential for carnage has appeared. And mind you, Batsuk has the ace of diamonds as well, so blocks the flush. At least in his mind.
Man, could be really interesting. Oh.
We've gone for the trap.
He's going for check raise then, right?
Oh, absolutely. You have to, right? I kind of really do like this check, not just because he's results-wise nailed it. His opponent will always be betting for value. But I think he figures when called twice, he's either up against a king or a misdraw. And we'll be facing bets from both. We're not just flat calling this, are we? Oh, no.
Just flat calling that. He's one of those players where that paired board comes on. He's afraid somebody could have a full house.
But it's quite tough to have a full house. I suppose he didn't have the nut flush as well, which could be another factor, but certainly missed out on value, or at least putting his opponent really to the test. But with that, we do have that final stage of the three-way roller coaster. It's actually Li Yuzheng who's now at the top of the leaderboard. Each player has been at the top and the bottom of the three-way chip count at some point. Man, you have to wonder what could have been. I know a check raise from Lee would be perceived as a lot of strength. That being said, Batsuk would have had one of the best bluff catchers he could. Trips with the ace of diamonds. Yeah, got to defend the king 6. Off we go to a flop against Lee, who is now the chip leader. Ace 8-5 should favor Lee in his ability to c-bet and take it. Quick and confident c-bet. Not too big. Lee running away with it a bit now. But we've seen it all before. When we're this deep, it's too early to say.
Yeah, because if you were originally going to ask me, okay, out of these 3 players, who would I kind of think is the stronger player? And I think I would have gone with Batsuk from so far everything I've seen. But, you know, that does not usually mean the win of a tournament.
Of course not. Otherwise there would be no tournaments. Otherwise it'd be like chess.
And there's a lot of times where, like, sometimes the wrong decision somehow wins you the bigger pot.
Right.
Right?
I mean, even thinking back to some of the aggression displayed by Chow over the course of this final table. Aggression is usually the right decision, I will say, but at least in terms of getting it all in, you know, she's had a couple of straight draws that hit. She's been able to muscle some people out of pots unexpectedly, so yeah, you never know. It's a clash of probabilities, this beautiful game. A6-4 is 99% as it turns out for Lee to take this one, and his chip lead is about to be extended.
I think he likes to, you know, really let his opponent take the betting.
The Phil Hellmuth School of Poker.
Just chip betting.
Yeah, I trapped you.
Just a lot of trapping. Just can't put them all in hand.
Meaningless 3 in the sense that the 99% now becomes a check mark. King of Diamonds may be slightly relevant in the form of wanting to continue instead. We'll try and get a showdown with the King High. 4-2 is straight on the board now. Certainly the big blind range more likely to have a 5. We are 3-handed though, you never know. Both players could try and represent. Lee certainly doesn't need to with the ace. Good kicker. I like this value bet, and there's a non-zero chance it gets paid off with just the King High. And the reason being is that there's a lot of hands that might float on the flop that would now want to represent the 5. But Batsuk's been on the wrong end of hero calling Lee plenty of times at this table. And that's what I love about this battle, is that the dynamics of previous hands that we've played on this final table are now coming into play. He's thinking, could my opponent have 8-7 here? Could they have Queen Jack that they clung onto on the flop? Yeah, you wouldn't think that a time bank would be used with King High, and yet he wants to take a stand. Really keep Lee honest, as we saw him do with the Ace Deuce on the Queen Jack 10 board. Also maybe not giving Lee credit for value betting light enough. Thinking this is slightly polarized, but comes to the right decision. Doesn't cost himself the extra 16.
Definitely a bit of a momentum shift. And you can see Lee Yujun sitting, you know, tall in his chair. He's got that air of confidence now, you know. I felt like he does feel more of the inexperience coming to this table. But, like, you know, after you've been sitting here for about 3-4 hours, you're like, I get the gist of this game.
Yeah, I got this. Yeah. And let's not forget, he came in as one of the middling stacks. I'm looking at the list. He was bang in the middle. 5th out of 9th. Already secured 3rd place at best. Now the chip lead. So certainly all the momentum. He's outperformed what he's sort of supposed to do at the final table, and then some. I believe Zhao's race sizing off the button, now that we've hit the 2K, 4K level, has been consistently that 2.1, 2.25x. Not much to read into. Lee has been on the snug side from the small. This hand, for instance, could be one that he doesn't want to get involved with. But instead, he's going to come in with aggression, which I do prefer. Now, how do you try to understand what this man is doing? Flat calls the pocket nines in the small. 3 bets the queen 10 off.
So it's pretty much about being unpredictable.
I don't know what he's using to randomize, but whatever it is, it seems to be going pretty wild. There's this element, you know, when you are sort of new to the game, you almost convince yourselves that traditionally weaker players who you can't get a read on are somehow more difficult to play against. So, you know, you'll hear this a lot in home games. Oh, this guy's really tough to play against. He could have anything. I mean, on some level, yeah, that is true. But if you're willing to be patient, play good poker, play a little bit of solid tag poker, those are usually easy opponents. On the other hand, somebody like Lee, he's unpredictable within a range. You know, he's still playing good ranges, solid hands. Yeah, he's trapping a little bit too much, which also confuses you if you're trying to range him. But yeah, this is a dangerous form of being unpredictable. These are 2 monster holdings. And last time around, we saw a pretty big 3-bet from the ace-jack from Zhao. And looks like it's going to be the same story. Her 3-bet sizing has been huge in the past. I doubt the size matters because Lee will be coming along with the king-queen.
So wow, it's a 37k raise.
Yeah, she loves going big. And we just saw Lee take the same spot from the small dough, raise it to 30. This time, the 8k open has been raised to 37.
Now, there are times I don't mind this big sizing just because she is out of position. And I have seen a lot of players who does like to make it bigger when they're having to play out of position, because I think then that reduces that range of hands your opponent can have.
Yeah, less of a mystery on some tricky boards. That's a great point. Well, these two hands interact a lot with each other in case we get some overcards. But it's the 8-3 deuce. Absolutely ripe for Zhao to bet and take it. Gotta love this. Immediately reaches for chips. About to see bet slightly on the larger size compared to the traditional play on a board like this, but certainly Zhao has not been traditional. Something like a B45 is the ask. 35k into 80. The idea with the smaller size is that you're basically always representing overpairs, right? So you want your opponents to be in tough spots, but the king-queen will fold to that sizing. Stacks get closer together.
Li Yuezhen still leading the final table with 81 big blinds. And Basuk here, not short, still holding 45 bigs.
This is quite a table for the supporters we see at the back to be in for. Cannot imagine the dedication you need to watch and stay invested in this three-handed affair. Ace queen for Lee. First off, let's hope we 3-bet this. Way too strong holding, and there are flops where you can start getting stacks in. So yeah, he's cutting out the 3-bet. Now we saw large 3-bet in the past, and Batsuk actually decided not to defend the king 8 of diamonds. Jack 10 feels a little bit more playable. That's a huge 3-bet. 10 big blinds. 4x of the 2.5. It's taking a page out of Zhao's book.
This kind of 3-bet is actually really tough for Batsuk to call with his stack size, stack behind. He's only got 170k behind, and it's a chunk of that, you know. And a marginal holding like Jack 10 just really can't see a flop.
Would you say we've gone too big in Lee's shoes, or getting a hand with decent equity to fold in position is an okay result?
Yeah, I kind of feel like you can. I don't mind it either way. It's just another one of those cases where players out of position tend to just make it a little bit bigger. You know, a lot of players, it's very uncomfortable to play a big pot out of position for them. If you ask them what they prefer, a lot of times they're like, you know what, I just want to take it down pre.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's kind of like just being out of that comfort zone for you a lot of times, because a lot of tournament players also going to realize that their ability to maneuver post-flop is not going to be as good as, say, a cash game player usually. So my journey in poker usually is that I do find that there is a big skill difference between me being a tournament player and when I get to really deep stacks, you know, versus cash game players. Yeah, like I do find it really difficult to play against them out of position.
I would like to make the counterpoint, more so for the viewers, that with a hand as strong as ace-queen, and often people will do this with ace-king as well, I mean, a lot of the value of those hands comes from letting in your opponent with weaker holdings, flopping pairs better than your opponents, extracting multiple streets of value. I know sometimes the flop will come 8-3 deuce and you're struggling, but even then you're most likely holding the winner, so can't take it to an extreme and go too big as well.
Yeah, I think it's really player dependent, and on this table, I don't think anybody has been really out of line.
Mm-hmm.
So you can pretty much argue that you're probably going to be able to extract more value out of your opponent than to get bluffed off your hands.
Yeah. Well, if anybody's been close to out of line, although it hasn't been the case since we were three-handed for a while, it is Zhao. Thinking back to some of those clicks and check raises with draws. In this case, she had the winner with the pair of nines. So Batsuk may be feeling the pinch in a way that nobody's felt in a while. Sub 40 BB, which certainly isn't short, but now less than half of the chip leading stack. Two hands to go till the end of the level. But a very small increment. Six-4 can just open muck. Asking 10-3, I imagine. There we go. Long overdue walk for Zhao. 10-3 once again. Doesn't feel very playable. As deep as we are, we get plenty of other at-bats, so should expect Matsuk to let the blinds battle and sit back and relax for a hand. Same hand but suited, which makes all the difference, not to mention the investment from the small. Pretty standard to limp this one. There we go. Ace in the big though. Especially suited. I think we tend to want to increase the stakes, but that's not been Lee's style, and he flops the world. And actually Zhao does catch a piece as well. Oh, we've checked that in position. That is shocking. Zhao doing the betting for Lee. Now we're raising. Oh my. Oh my. Once again, Lee's unconventional moves go completely in his favor. And Zhao just not a believer. I mean, she's taken a 10. And 3-betted on the flop. In a limp pot. I mean, can't Lee easily just have the Jack 9? Amongst many other two-pair combos. It turns out Lee was on the weaker side in terms of the raw strength of his hand with the ace. Did have the nut flush draw, and now that it doesn't come through with a 4 to a straight on the board, all of a sudden this spot is stealable. With Zhao looking down at her chips. Time bank as she eyes her opponent's stack, who mind you was the chip leader, and looks like she's going for something massive. 100k straight slide over bet. This is just so aggressive and so baller. I mean, I have to say, in Lee's shoes, how can you ever call? Maybe one of the craziest hands we've seen on a final table full of crazy hands, and he does let the winner go. 3-bet on the turn with the 10-3 of diamonds. You don't see that every day. And then the slide over bet. The 100k on the river. That was special. Power poker at its finest. One of the most aggressive players we've had the privilege of seeing on our coverage thus far. Zhao Yan, take a bow. And you know, Selena, I thought Lee had managed to just creatively play his way into extracting the maximum, you know, checking behind, flopping top pair and the nut flush draw on the flop, getting a bet out of Zhao, then raising. And then I thought, okay, he's going to get a call, something super speculative with third pair. Instead, she just 3-bets it on the turn. She loves to 3-bet. And then just bombs the river.
I guess that's sometimes the downside to underrepresenting your hand at times.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Underrepped his way to being played back at, and then Zhao also understanding that she was behind when called on the turn, no doubt, but using the fact that it came a king on the river, 4 to a straight on the board, to just bomb it. Just willing to take the risk her opponent has a jack to try and take down the pot.
He's not going to be happy seeing the replay of that hand on the stream.
Yeah, because, also in the moment when you face like the overbet, slight overbet, 100k into 92, you're like, okay, this is too much. I only have an ace, pair of fours. And then you start thinking, once it's also obvious when you see what your opponent had, why would she bomb it if she had a straight? Like,
yeah, it's like you want to call, you don't want to push your opponent off the hands they could call with, right? So
all so much easier when you can see the cards. Jack 10-6, a rare whiff for Zhao.
I'd be pretty happy just folding and not going to get fancy after I put off a move like that earlier.
She's taking the chip lead despite the slight dent rather, in this one. Batsuk just sitting back, watching the fireworks for now. Has certainly been involved in his fair share. I do believe that was the last hand at this level. Maybe one more.
Yes.
We've opened the suited Doyle Brunson, and 10-6 of diamonds is superior. Comes along from the small. Three-way to the flop. All low cards. And it comes two high cards and a low card that doesn't connect. So, I suppose, question of short-handed poker. Who wants it more? Batsuk, for now at least. Pre-flop aggressor. Board should favor him. Should be a quick takedown. Yeah, we can see the blinds did indeed go up, and the next increment also very tiny. 5k going to 6k, smallest one we have actually. So as we admire one of the most aggressive female players I've seen in a while, which is obviously a compliment, should point out that our high roller was down to heads up with Yoko Sasaki from Japan as one of the contenders. I guess we'll be waiting to hear if you'll be awarding the trophy to her. She was facing a decent chip deficit. She's one of the first female players to win a Triton trophy, I believe. And now maybe looking at a TLPT trophy. Wondering if we can get the update there.
Female?
Yeah, won a Triton 1 event.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Other contender in the mix, referring to the high roller here, the I believe 5K plus high roller, was Lin Yishang. As we do see the ace 10 appear in the small, Xiao no doubt understanding how strong it likely is. There's a 3-bet. There's an ace in the big blind that has to be folded. Gotta give credit to these players for sort of maintaining their composure, not just physically, but I mean in the way they're playing as well. Like, nobody's just going erratically out of line, you know, making a big mistake. If anything, in these spots, I've seen people starting to peel those suited hands in position, like the one we just saw, Batsuk fold. Maybe get a bit carried away, maybe really force the issue. It really does feel like each of them feels like they're the best player. They want to see the most hands, but themselves in low variance spots to try and take it down. Case in point here, the limp and the check behind, 8-4 deuce. I am worried about them though, because they've certainly missed out on flight 1D now. So it looks like it's going to be flight 1E for all three of them, which starts comfortably at 7:30 p.m. plus the late stretch.
So your list of times a player played 1A or 1B does actually show if they re-entered on that day?
Yeah, that's a good question. I can take a look real quick. List provided by obviously the floor staff, the operators, in conjunction with our live reporting team. So I do believe it includes rebuys in the sense that I think you just get mentioned twice if you rebuy. Yeah, it does. Are you curious if somebody's firing many, many bullets? Because I can look into it.
Like 10 and not make it to day 2.
We're not seeing 10 so far. It's certainly possible, but I will say that the structure is quite rewarding. 40-minute levels in day 1's, potentially 60 minutes in day 2. So yeah, maybe it doesn't give you the chance to really go blast off.
Well, but at the same time, because they take you 15% of the field, isn't it even more likely you don't make the 15%?
Oh yeah, super likely. Right. So you're right in the sense that there's 5 opportunities from day 1A to 1E, and
10.
Yeah, you can certainly fire multiple bullets in each. Yeah. So yeah,
because I think it's 1 re-entry per day, per flight. But yeah, you could really try 10 times and not make day 2.
Do you remember any records from last time?
Nah, I think that the only thing I remembered was I think there was a high roller tournament where Ivan Zane fired 20 bullets himself, maybe. Yeah. Building that prize pool.
Yeah, I don't know if we're talking out of school here, but considering he's quite a lock for a couple of bounties and what could be at least 2.1k in prize pool, I should mention that Batsuk himself is in for 2 bullets in the main, so let's hope a great performance here, followed by Flight 1E is where he gets the job done.
Another strong holder here for Zhao Yan from the small blind with queens now, making a 3-bet.
Once again, that discipline I mentioned being asked for saw him fold many times in this spot, including with King 8 of Diamonds in particular. So King 8 off is going to be let go. Bit of a side eye there from Zhao. Disappointed, no doubt, at the lack of action. Yeah, an underrated and impressive aspect of the game being displayed by Batsuk. Keep taking stabs, keep taking jabs from the button, from various positions, but when played back at, don't go too crazy unless the hand deserves it. Zhao is now opening the standard 2x on the button as the blinds go up. Makes a lot more sense. You don't need to open bigger than that. And now the ace-8 of diamonds will take the spot. So reverse situation for Zhao. She needs to show the discipline. She is quite perturbed at having to give up her hand. It's been quite instructive to watch the small ball approach taken by these players so far. Popularized, of course, back in the day by the great D-Negs. So did you have a playing style that you would associate with your own tournament play? Tag, lax, small ball, wild,
no,
Batsuk, Zhao Yan?
No. And it's also player dependent. You know, on a table full of maniacs, I'm definitely tightening up, probably one of the tightest players. But on a table where everybody seemed to be pretty snug, like I think, you know, that's when I look to open up my ranges and do a little bit more 3-betting, especially if people aren't looking at flops out of position with a wider range. You know, just try to hopefully get a lot of pots heads up. Yeah, like building big pots with a table of maniacs to try to ISO, I guess, would probably be the right play for me. It's also player dependent. Yeah, it wouldn't be like a certain playing style going into any table. It's more like my playing style always changes depending on the table.
Yeah, which also in an MTT depends on the table, the stage of the tournament, sometimes the structure. It makes a lot of sense, but it was also that era, I feel, where I think poker was getting more and more studied, and I think there became this distinction between pre-flop and post-flop specialists. So did you have a preference there?
I think that being more a tournament player, it's definitely pre-flop.
Yeah. And I think a lot of the edge of sort of the new crop of players, which you certainly were a part of, I suppose I was as well, just based on age, but more so, you know, players who got trained online, who did sort of the studying. I think the edge that they developed pre-flop was just a lot against some of the old school guys.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's got a lot to do with like streams now where players, you know, probably can look back on a hand and even like kind of like take a snippet of it and remember the action precisely and consult with their friends to see, hey, did you think this was the correct way of handling this situation? And then your friends could actually give you a lot of insight here, right? They give you different options. And like you said the other day, even options you never thought about, right? It's like, why did you shove? And then you're just like, oh my God, I didn't even think about that, right? I thought about folding, I thought about calling, but I didn't think about shoving, right? So yeah, like turning your hand into a bluff, whatever you might call it. So just the ability to watch a lot of streams, watch some of the best in the game play with whole cards up, you know, consulting with your friends on the hands you have played, I think it's very beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, there was a lot of resistance to appearing on streams or at the time televised poker because people thought they were giving away their secrets in terms of how they play, and there is a certain element to that for sure. I mean, if you had some crazy move that you'd come up with, some little min-click check raise with bottom pair with backdoors that nobody else was doing, it would get revealed. But you know what? It grows the game, and certainly if you're a professional or a player who's really moving up in stakes, I think it's important to zoom out and keep the bigger picture in mind. This element of talking to your friends about hands. I've been involved in creating a couple of poker shows in the past, and you know, even on the production side, I'm always trying to push people to really follow players after tables and during breaks in particular. Maybe in certain areas where you feel like it's going to be tough to get cameras in, you know, smoking rooms come to mind. Because I really do feel that the essence of what it's like to be a professional poker player is those conversations you have during the breaks of a tournament, or let's say like a TV sit and go table. Because it's so much like, I had ace 5 and I check raise and this guy comes back at me, and you know, what should I do? Should I bet B30, B60? And you just get to know like a little bit behind the scenes of how much study goes into it. And also in a way, the best players are just constantly discussing hands and spots. Like, that's what makes them the best. It's what they love to do. It stimulates their brain. And it's also one of the few ways we've come up to get better at the game, is just to keep discussing, figure out the logic of this spot. It's not just because that same spot will come up in the near term, although it might. It's also because the more you break down the logic of one spot, the more likely you are to understand what to do in the next one.
Yeah, I've heard, you know, one of the best poker players talk about studying poker, and they pretty much just call it like absolute obsessive. Like, you lose everything else in your life. Like, you have no life, and all you do is just study poker, right? You there is no point. You can't maintain a relationship. You just, it's all about study poker, and it's like literally you just have to put in the hours. You have to sacrifice, you know, everything to just get so good at the game where you have that edge above everybody else.
Yeah, you never run out of sims to look into, so it's really about how much work you put in versus your opponents and the field. Well, no study needed for the queen high flush. Xiao slows down, and Lee, once again a paired board. We saw this before. Did have the queen high flush. Played it a bit conservatively on the river, although did get his usual trap to do the work for him. This time he's in position. And about the worst straight draw for Zhao, 6 high. Paired board, 3 clubs. Don't know that this is the one to continue on. She hates folding, though, we know that. Has a certain way about her every time she knows she has to fold. Kind of like it. Make sure that she can't find a way back into the hand before releasing. So I actually have heard about, you know,
really putting the hours and say studying, okay? But there is this, player who he's already well off. He doesn't need to make money from poker, but he likes the glory and the trophy aspect of it. He has a whole team running running solvers, hands, simulations for him, so that when he does ask, okay, this is a spot, what do I do? They have the answer for him.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
so
amazing.
he doesn't have to do any of that work himself, but he could just be like, okay, run through these hands I played today. At what point in these hands should I have played differently? What was the optimal play? And he just learns from that.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, I would have been impressed anyway, but the fact that you said that he's not doing it for the money, he doesn't need to do this to improve his win rate as much as just improve his ability to collect titles is even more impressive.
Yeah, and you've seen him go on such a tear over a very short period of time, coming out of from nowhere as a player. You're like, what is he doing that's different to everybody else? And then you find out that's what, exactly what he's doing.
Are we talking about Fedor? Is this Fedor we're talking about?
No. I think.
Because I could see him doing that.
Yeah. Fedor's retired. He just kind of unretire himself now and then, wins a tournament or two.
Just won a tournament yesterday.
Exactly. And then goes back into retirement for a little while,
So I should point out this dynamic that you're mentioning is quite common in chess. In fact, it's absolutely standard.
Retiring and...
No, sorry.
okay.
The dynamic before. The retiring part is very uncommon in chess because once you retire in chess, it's just such mental exertion. Like, if you don't keep up, like, you're out of the running. At the elite level, I'm talking about. If you retire as an elite player in chess, you'll still beat 99.9999% of the human population forever.
Yeah.
But coming back to it, in chess, you have what are known as seconds. So when you're preparing for a big match, let's just take the World Championship, for example. It's usually, give or take, 15 matches over the course of like 15 days or something. You have a team of seconds who are doing a lot of opening preparation for you.
Oh.
And they're coming up with sort of these new lines and new strategies. Obviously, all of it is now perfectly solvable with a chess engine. It's all about trying to surprise your opponent a little bit. You'll start playing an opening. There's a famous one called, let's say, the London opening or whatever, or the Queen's Gambit, most famously, let's say. The show was named after it. So, like, 7 moves deep into the Queen's Gambit. And mind you, both top players will know the perfect way to play the Queen's Gambit. 7 moves deep into the Queen's Gambit, somebody from your team will figure out, when do you try moving this pawn first? Because that'll completely throw you off.
Yeah, right.
So now there's a lot of openings to choose from. It's so intense that the players don't reveal who their seconds are until the match is over.
Right.
Because these seconds are also elite players.
Yes,
and they're famous. They have their own repertoire. This guy's really good at the Queen's Gambit. This guy's really good at the London system. So if you know who the second is, you might have more of an inkling. So only when somebody wins or loses, you find out who the seconds were.
Oh, that's very interesting. And talk about interesting, we actually have both player hitting the straight on the turn. And we're going to see a raise right now from Zhao Yan on this board.
I gotta say, there is a way that a 6 starts feeling a bit uncomfortable. 2 higher straights possible, 10-6, Jack-10. But for now, we have a straight, and Zhao is extremely aggressive. In Lee's shoes, we're probably dreaming of Vegas and the Mirage. Lee seems in a bind in the sense that he knows that raising might not have too much value to offer. Seemingly likely to only get called by better. That being said, a flush draw possible. He's going to just call, but this spot's slightly stealable. If it comes a spade, a 10, maybe even a jack. How do we feel with just the 6? Instead it's the queen and the 6 now. Not too uncomfortable. There are some cooler situations, of course, but barring that, we can go into check call territory. in Lee's shoes. Yeah, there's the full stack of 100. She does like to go this sizing. Saw her do it as a bluff in the past. And I think we just check side call. Hope the poker gods have not been too unkind. And get the okay news that we're chopping.
10万是这么多吗？
Yeah, there it is. No raise, as I suspected.
Chop chop.
Chop it up. 2 hands to go to the next level. I mean, let's not forget Lee was flipping for his tournament life multiple times. Now it's been maybe 2 hours, give or take, that we've been three-handed. No player giving an inch.
应该就是分钱了。
Jungle Man has entered. Looks like maybe the main event field. He's learning some Chinese.
Oh,
by
I
the
bet.
sounds of it. He's got a player just filming him in the midst of his registration process.
As you said, Selena, it's the content creators that reign supreme at the moment in the poker world. And when you have the entertainment chops of Daniel Jungleman Cates, I think it's a good idea to have a camera on you non-stop. You never know what you might produce. Did spot him out of the corner of my eye when you mentioned him, and he's dressed surprisingly normal. Surprisingly human-like. He's not a superhero. Not one of the creatures from the movie Avatar. Bit disappointing.
On the flop, Zhao Yan here. Bottom pair. Sova has the best hand, but I don't know how much pressure she could take if Basuk decides to continually bet. He does turn a pair of eights.
Two-tone board, and now they added straight draw for a little bit more comfort for Zhao. And we've seen this throughout the entirety of this table, but once players are bluffing, they don't slow down just because they catch a pair. And it's the right move on a board like this, ace, queen, 9, 8. Fourth pair doesn't have too much value versus the potential fold equity, but Zhao has come along. 120 in the middle. No 7 or 8 to the rescue. 5 is basically a brick. And now maybe we do give up, convincing ourselves that at least we beat the draws. And I do believe for the first time we're about to have a stack as short as 25 bigs in maybe the last couple of hours. My goodness, she's relentless. Is this value? Is this a bluff? I'm truly not sure. Don't know that you get called by worse too often, but she's picked a spot where there is a chance that she does. This is incredible. She's valued by third pair. Half pot. This is quite astute. I mean, I don't think this is a bit of a merge in the sense that I don't know that queens are folding, with the 2 flush draws having missed. So instead, is it possible to get the 8 to call? He doesn't block either of the flush draws. Man, if this gets called, this will be the sickest value bet. And he's clearly considering a time bank thrown in. And I don't blame him either, mind you. Both draws have missed, but the Jack 10 did get there. He does call it off. What a bet!
I think she kind of thinks that she's losing this hand, right? Not realizing that she got called by worse. Oh.
9阳了呀！哇，太厉害了你！漂亮漂亮，真棒！
That's huge for her. Catapults now to 90 big blinds with a much clear chip lead with 3 players left. And with that hand, Batsuke here has dropped to 12 bigs, wasn't it?
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. And she did look a bit sheepish, and I'll actually wait for you to listen in case we get some insight from the banter. Batsuk is disgusted. Helps to wake up with ace king. Just rips it in, 10 bigs. Actually, came down to 12 bigs and the blinds just went up. Now actually up to 12 bigs at the new blind level. I'm still not over that hand, so would you say her sheepish reaction confirms that she was bluffing?
Seems like it. And I don't think she thought she was going to get caught by worse because she looked rather defeated when he made that call and very reluctant to actually show her hand because, you know, I felt like she was just going to send it into the muck. But, you know, yeah, like...
Yeah, don't blame her for thinking that she's not getting called by worse at least too often, but... Yeah, that is interesting because I certainly didn't think better hands were folding, which is to say queens in particular. I suppose 10s and jacks would be in an interesting spot in particular. So, wow, sometimes things are just going in your direction no matter what you do, including that relative misstep of thinking she's bluffing. Pocket 8s now take the spot. And mind you, with the mountain of chips that she has, don't forget the bounties are still in play. Could be tempting.
Could be very tempting. Yeah, it looks like she's calling.
Well, huge chance to get back up to 25 bigs for Batsuk.
Jia looking for that king. She has done extremely well by Xiao players. Oh, and that turn. With that hand, we have eliminated Batsuk from the final table and we're heads up.
Well, what is there to say, Selena? That is just rough stuff. Batsuk first pays off that bet. And to the extent that we confirmed that she was bluffing, you know, maybe he picked up something in terms of a live read and her energy in general. So always disappointing when you do bluff catch and your opponent has better.
And that's the thing, I guess, when she also bet that river and because she didn't want to get caught, her body language could also have said to her opponent, like, she's nervous and she does not want to be caught. So he makes a call, you know, because she thinks she's bluffing as well. So that could also play well in her favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I think would have played a part. So not much you can do, especially after you get in the pocket 8s versus a king 7. Sometimes it's just meant to be, and all that amounts to us being heads up. 3.3k locked. Batsuk walks away with 2.1k and a couple of bounties, I believe. And we look forward to seeing him in day 1E, the turbo flight, as he tries.
Can he not register 1D still?
Yeah, I think you might be right, actually. Let me double check that. We had registration open until the dinner break for 1C. So I think you're right. Yesterday, that was till about 7 p.m.
7 p.m., yeah.
Yeah, take your pick. Day 1D or 1C, depending on you want the shortest stack and the 40-minute levels or Do you want to start out at 7:30 p.m.? If I was him, I'd shake that bad beat off first. Not just the pocket eights, but the Jack 9.
Yeah.
And celebrate a bit, 2.1k plus bounty envelopes coming.
See, from this, like, final table, I think that as of recent, when I have sat down and played in ladies' tournaments against these female opponents, I am starting to feel like I can't get much of a read on what they're trying to do. I have much more success, versus the male poker players on the table because I can kind of figure out what they're doing a lot easier.
Yeah, maybe taking more conventional lines where...
Precisely, yeah.
I guess the women arguably not relying on study as much as intuition, and then in this case, for Zhao, aggression. It's all led to a 2-to-1 chip situation, heads up, for the trophy, for the extra 1700, and for, as it turns out, 2 bounties. Your opponents and your own that you get to keep. 9 bounties total being given out for the 9 players. So what is this heads up for effectively? 1700 in the payout, and in terms of average value of the bounties, 1600 apiece. So 3200 plus 17, basically 5k heads up. It's pretty big. 3.3k locked so far. It's not the usual ratio for the value of a heads up. Zhao in good shape. Close things out. Ace-2's 4 means we have the nut low at 6-3. I've been playing mixed games when I'm excited to see nut lows. There it is.
Oh.
Bing City. Yeah, Zhao clearly has somebody on the rail. Seems to be giving them a reassuring smile every time she takes down a pot. 90 bigs to 40. Very, very favorable. I can actually
looking
see...
forward to see another female winner.
Yeah?
Yeah.
As we always are.
It's like, so far I've awarded 1. It was a turbo event. And I feel like that's a pretty good fair share of tournament wins if we could get 2 out of, maybe 10?
Wait just a second. But we also had a ladies event.
But that wasn't for the ladies event.
Yeah, so no trophy given for the ladies event?
I didn't award one to a lady.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. So there was a ladies event, was there? No, I did not happen to award.
Some logistical situation. In this case, we actually do see a nice trophy being placed in between the heads-up contenders.
Between these 2 players, I could see the heads-up match lasting a little while. It's also because nobody's really short. And none of the players are kind of doing the thing that we saw Li Yiming do the other day.
Yeah, Li Yiming, of course, in the opening high roller event, just wanting to just force the action, ended up getting in Jack 10 versus Deuces. You're right, I don't see that happening. And in particular, Lee on our table has been a fan of the small ball approach.
Definitely a lot more pot control, pre-flop and post-flop.
Yeah, good example right there. Limps on the button with Queen 10. He looks like he has the mindset to grind out this heads up.
Yeah.
It's like you were telling me you had a 6-hour heads up, you said, right?
I did. And I believe, I think there was at least twice I had less than 10 bigs during that 6-hour period. And he had me 41 chips. And yeah, I didn't want to give up. Because to me, I'm already finishing second. I'm going for that first place.
Yeah, heads up is the ultimate free roll, if you think about
Exactly.
it. No ladders.
And I knew how big it was for me to win the Red Dragon title, especially the second time round. Zhao Yan once again with the goods. Around 90 bigs, with Li Yuezhen sitting on 40. Now this time, Li Yuezhen has the better hand, and he turns 3 of a kind. Checking, but not getting Zhao Yan to bet on that turn. Definitely looking to put some chips into that pot, because Zhao Yan did check the turn. It's very likely she's going to just check behind. Bets 18k, and we do see her paying it off there with King High. Not as big of a pot as Li Yuezhen hoped to build, but still not bad. Pick up.
是，打得好啊！我头第2次打比赛，我不会打。
Queen 3 on the dealer button. Raising up to 12k and seeing a 3 bet from Zhao Yan. And not that big in this spot, 32,000. Still can't continue with that Queen 3.
85 to 44. Pretty much where we started heads up. Next level jump on the higher side. And of course, heads up, the hands will go quickly. So the shorter stack of Lee will feel the pressure ever so slightly as we make our way to the 4K, 8K level. But this is as much a psychological battle as poker gets, especially with the mindset that Lee seems to be displaying of really keeping pot sizes small, grinding his opponent down. He's waiting for a misstep. 9-7-5. No misstep needed for Zhao to extract value here. Dangerous board, and with the Queen 9, you're going to be feeling comfortable enough, especially with the Queen of Clubs. Pretty safe looking turn as well. This is going very favorably for Zhao. She loves to build pots in these scenarios, and look at the sizing here. It's pretty big. Nothing we can do but pay this bet off, likely thinking we're up against all kinds of potential bluffs.
If I was looking at this from, you know, the previous hands they've played and so forth, as Zhao Yan, I think I'm pretty... Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no extra value?
He's found a fold with the Queen 9 there. I'm blown away.
Did he forget that he had a 9?
I think he can just see his opponent's card somehow. This is just a mind-blowing fold. You really need to have a read into either your opponent's betting frequencies, sizing tells, or in general just demeanor. And mind you, even with the demeanors, they're sitting on essentially seat 1 or 2 and seat 7 or 8.
Yeah.
So you can't even see each other as well.
No, you can almost hide behind the dealer there.
That is a crazy fold, and in this case, crazy good. Talk about losing the minimum. How did he do that? 9 times out of 10, that's going to be a bad fold. She might have done that with Jack 9, 10, 9.
Yeah, so go back to what I was saying, that if I have been playing versus this player, Li Yuezhen, on the table, you know, all of today, you can actually tell that he doesn't raise you unless he's got it.
Yeah.
So you almost, as Zhao Yan at this point, can warrant just barreling relentlessly and picking up a lot of pots without hitting anything. And he's going to fold like a lot of his hands, especially right there and then. Do you know what I mean? Like if he's folding Queen 9 then, and she could have just nothing or a draw or whatever, right? Like it doesn't matter. It could be like ace high or whatever it might be, and she could just barrel off, and he's folding top pair there. You know, me knowing that, I would just be relentless and go to town on just always putting the pressure on and just constantly betting.
And that actually flows well into her natural game, because certainly relentless is a word that I would use to describe how she's been playing, especially when she gets involved in a pot. Mind you, she has a very, very disguised double gut shot here. A 3 or a 7 will do it. Or 3 or a 6, I should say. And a 7 would still give her the best hand with a better pair. Not too often 7 deuce ends up with this much equity. 4th pair on the board now. A very different situation. Lee does make the correct call. Fifth pair on the board in the form of a pair of 4s, but also the best hand. Frequent enough for that to happen, and heads up. And there is the relentless nature we just spoke about. Quick release from Lee. So the inequality continues to increase, but I would argue ever since that Queen 9 hand, It should actually have been a much wider gap than we're seeing.
Yeah, that's the difference in heads up. You got to really start to adjust. You're not gonna like flopping. Not to mention like a pair, but having top pair is just so hard, right? You can't just nut pedal. You just cannot, right? Now the dealer button with pocket nines.
Oh, he's ripped it.
Oh, he's just getting maybe a little frustrated.
That's 35 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, you kind of feel like you do not have the post-flop advantage. So maybe if you shove pocket nines and you get a hand like ace-jack, ace-10, ace-queen to just call it, it could be your best bet to win this tournament by just hoping for flips, you know, post-flop. Just getting all in pre.
But I would argue, I mean, any hand that's calling it off is most likely 3-betting anyway. Although, we've seen some crazier things. I mean, I'm thinking back to yesterday. We had a king 10 jam and a king 10 call off at the 30 big range, so you just never know. As I mentioned, heads up, a lot about momentum, a lot about the psychological battle as well. And there's an all-in with the king 4, the 3-bet jam and the king 4 suited. That is
surprising, no?
Certainly frustration and a desire for momentum. Yeah, he could be.
That is quite a shove there. And I did not predict a hand like king 4 of clubs to be in his range. Does he think he's got ace king? You know, I don't know. I don't think we have seen him make a move like this all day.
Yeah, but as we were discussing, Selena, it takes a lot, especially after that crazy 300 battle. And I mean, we're assuming that the jacket will release as it does. But yeah, that 300 battle, it just really built this tension and this mental pressure, which now when you're heads up and you keep losing pots, it can get you a little bit. I would argue you don't need to risk nearly 40 big blinds to take that momentum back in your hands. He should realize he's gotten away with one and maybe try to calm down a bit. Okay, I know we're not going all in with the queen 6. So how are we approaching this match now that we're back to where we entered heads up with? Just folding too tight, but again, great timing. Ace 10 suited was awaiting. $90-39, just over 2-1. As has often been the case for me at TLPT, just when you think you've seen it all, just when you think you know what these players are doing, you will see something that'll catch you by utter surprise. And look at the difference. And not just mentality, but the benefit of the chip lead. Queen 6 was folded on the button. Now 8 deuce is opening on the button, and Queen 7 comes along. The computer hand. Seven with the queen kicker is quite favorable, but it is the relentless Xiaoyan immediately firing. Quick call, backdoor hearts as well. The backdoor hearts do appear in the form of the 9. Queen high flush draw now, as well as middle pair. Open ender, mind you, for Zhao. Could be what she needs, not to mention the deuce of hearts for backup, or at least how she'll see it. There's a double barrel, and it's sized up as it tends to be. Way too much of a hand for Lee to fold, but certainly we have thought that in the past. Nothing would surprise me at this point. Selena, let's not forget these two are the opponents that had the wild hand where middle pair was raised, and then there was a 3-bet with the open-ender by Zhao. And once again, we see some creative play. Middle pair, Queen of Hearts, decides to check raise. He's turned his hand into a bluff.
I'm having difficulty making sense of the strategy that Lee's going for, right? He folds the best, he folds his top pair on that turn, okay? And then now he's just picking a hand like Queen 7, which is third pair on the board, to raise, right? He's kind of like, I've had enough of it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make a stand.
It's just game flow. Just pure game flow. Just thinking, listen, you double barrel so often. Here you go. Instead of using equity to maybe check call, keep bluffs in, and try and realize, he's using equity as the basis for check raising. Now we did see him raise, check raise, or was it raising in position actually? A pair of 9s on the 9-7x board when the ace came on the turn, then ended up correctly calling it off. All of it has led to him being heads up here. Less than a 2-1 chip deficit now. He's doing a few things wrong, but he's certainly doing a few things right.
Yeah, because if I would been playing him, up to this point, I have to give him credit. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't think any of those plays that he pulled was in his arsenal.
Yeah, that's a great point too, in the sense that he's maybe quite aware of his own image at this point, and decides to just put it to use in marginal spots. There's the classic huge raise out of position. 4.5 BBs. 29k to call, jack 8. It's been reluctant to get involved with these kind of holdings so far. Continues the trend. And let's not forget, Lee is somebody with under $1,000 on his hand and mob. Pretty much no live tournament earnings, or at least reports of earnings. So what a great result thus far. 3.3k locked up, plus there will be a minimum of 800 in each envelope. The heads up we're playing is worth 5k in expected value. 2 bounties and the 1700 pay jump. Super 1 gapper. Can limp, can raise. I like that we're going with the raise. Min open. King 5. Pretty easy to call and see a flop. These two hands surprisingly do interact a decent amount on certain boards, with the King of Diamonds in play as well. Well, there's the King. Bit of an action killer in the form of an ace, although Lee can represent it. And this is one of the advantages of raising pre-flop as well. In this case, he's going to get some resistance from the king, but to the extent you want to represent a nutted range on a board like this, having open pre-flop is important. Quick check call. Mildest of backdoors for the 6-4. 5 would be a straight. Oh, we're donking it. 2 flush draws, not wanting to give a free check back. I think we move on to the next one in this spot. Pretty strong for Zhao to be donking on a board like this, you know, that she's quite capable of continuing on the river. I'm kind of amazed he hasn't folded yet.
Yeah, he looks like he's thinking about pulling a move here.
Seems to want to punish betting out of flow, as we call it. She check called on the flop, now leads the turn. He's thinking, if I had an ace, would I let her get away with this? And when she does this, does she have an ace? After all, she just called pre-flop, just called on the flop. How many aces can you have that would act that way and then decide to lead the turn? Maybe ace-7 off, maybe ace-3 off. Whatever it might be. We folded the 6 high. Back to the 2.5 to 1 situation. Every final table, of course, has something different to offer, and this one has really shown what it's like to hold on when you have deep stacks, and also how much difference the strategy you come in with can make when you're playing deep. Zhao so far has been the more aggressive between the two, and certainly has taken her to the big stack that she has. Now mystery hand facing the snap all in. Did see her posture with quite a weak holding last time, so the fact that she asked for a count doesn't have to mean much. Still, a little bit of a tease. We might be seeing a potential call. Nah, let's it go.
Oh, that's why. 8-5 suited. I was thinking if she had like a, you know, ace-x hand, I think we're going to be seeing a showdown there.
Yeah, so she would have had to have noticed how Lee is willing to get his whole stack in there frequently enough for it not necessarily need to be nutted.
Yeah, I think then that would allow her have to start adjusting her calling ranges pre-flop as well against him. She could widen it up a little bit, so you know she knows it's not going to be like even like the top 20% of the hands anymore.
Oh my goodness. We're jamming the Queen 7.
Oh, well, unfortunately, she actually has a hand that she cannot call. But yeah, like he's actually really shown us. Yeah, I mean, that's like that exact computer hand, right? 50% hand.
Yeah, but look at the upside downside. The risk reward gains 16k, blinds and antes, sure, but risk 240.
Well, that's another instance where I could tell you, I could interview the player and he'll tell me that he'll just be 60-40. I can already tell you what the Chinese players would tell me. You know, I think it's a 60-40. It's all right. I'm happy to take that.
Yeah, you're right. I blocked the queen. Like, okay. Mind you, we're unlikely to hit a break, although I might be speaking too soon, but the point is these players are not going to get too much insight into each other's holdings for at least a while. Both players miss. Advantage Zhao. Yeah, I like it. Now it does seem like the time to bluff at it. King has come in. Potential that you could have it in the big blind. Not to mention a bunch of other combos. The one thing about heads up is because you're playing so many hands, including hands such as King X, King Deuce, till all the way till potentially King Jack, if you're not 3-betting, then you actually can represent a lot of cards. But Zhao, as usual, having none of it. I mean, what a spot to take. You know, after you check back on Ace 7-6, you're almost never seeing a raise in position. I mean, what are you trying to say? You have pocket kings that did not c-bet the flop? But Zhao doesn't care about any of that. Just sensed weakness and pounced. If you're watching, you got to be honest with yourself. And there's so many spots where, being in Zhao's shoes, you're likely folding, and instead, she uses aggression to take the pot down. You're usually not even feeling too bad about folding the queen high there, with an ace and a king on the board. Maybe you peel, maybe face a bet. Both players do seem pretty focused, though. Eyes on the prize. Would argue that Lee has wavered slightly with those all-ins. Selena, if you see this in Zhao's shoes, you know, these huge all-ins, I mean, do you start adjusting and maybe just waiting for a hand in that spot? You know, all of a sudden, you don't need to grind your opponent down if they're actually getting frustrated and piling the chips in.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, I'm waiting for any ace, a good king, and obviously any pocket pair and everything. And yeah, I think that at this point, I'm very much inclined to call these shoves pre.
Check.
Lee has dodged disaster in the pre-flop all-in so far. Yeah, really not a style to continue with the dummy end of the straight draw there. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the wider gaps we've seen. 27 to 70. Man, I do love a good heads-up match, though. Nothing like a good heads-up sit-and-go. And I should mention that I keep talking about playing so many heads-up sit-and-goes. Those actually don't have an ante. So when we reach the heads-up at the end of a tournament, we still keep the big blind ante, which actually is a lot more dead money to go after pre-flop.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's It's 2.5 bigs, right? Pretty much if you win every, like if you take down.
Yeah, they're, you know, whether you're conscious of it or not, even on post-flop streets, it's actually driving a lot more action because the pot is just compounding.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that's Zhao's rail, right? Because she does keep looking at it from time to time. Looking at them, I should say.
Oh, you mean her friends? And possibly husband, you mean? On the rail? Yeah. I mean, it has to be her friend. She's got a bling hoodie on. She's got a bling hat. It looks like the same outfit,
That's
just
right,
broken
actually.
down into two people.
That's a great point. That does actually answer the question that I shouldn't even have asked in the first place. This will make for quite a winner's photo if it's with the crystal Burberry hat. Oh, a 6 on the river for the check mark.
Checks over. Zhao Yan is going to take a stab. That's her usual style of play. She doesn't like to just go to showdown, especially not with 10 high here. Should be a pretty easy call for Lee.
It's the first street of betting, and you've caught the pair on that street. You don't love the fact that it's third pair, but the kicker's decent too. If this connected in the form of a gut shot or a straight draw, you would have heard from Zhao on previous streets, but he does let it go.
Is that right?
Has sort of rejected a bit of a gift from the board there, catching the 6. And man, this is just a masterclass in the value of aggression. 3-1 chip lead now.
Yeah, I think somebody has to tell the guy, hey, it's actually really hard to make a pair heads up.
Zhou Xuan seems interested in the proceedings. All in, he says, with the ace-5.
Oh.
And ace-king suited for Zhao. This might just be over.
What a monster to pick up in the big blind.
This is what happens when you jam too frequently. That being said, a lot more reasonable with an ace and unlucky to run into the ace-king. So 30% for this tournament to continue. But 70% for Zhao Yan to ship the mystery bounty. 2 bounties on the line, 1700 pay jump. Off we go to the flop. There's a wheel draw. 4 outs added. There's a 4.
Oh, immediately on that turn. It is not over. Li Yuzhen doubles up. He's got 400,000 in chips now.
We're dead even. Zhao does seem deflated. Understandable. And now we're neck and neck.
Man, I don't know if you could have hoped for a better spot. Ace King versus Ace 5. Not much you can do. She's played really well so far on this final table. She got her opponent down, you know, and he committed his stack. Draw everything. Now let the heads up continue.
And Lee maybe recognizing how lucky he got now that he has 50 bigs, could find a different style and strategy to approach this match with. Fewer all-ins would be a good start. We were wondering if it was a little bit of tilt, a little bit of steam.
I mean, it's top of his range compared to the other hands he was shoving.
That's true. Queen 7 comes to mind. But now I do wonder if this rattles Zhao a bit.
Oh, a big hand here. Jacks. No action though. It's always so exciting to pick up those hands where your head's up. You know, you're just like, oh, I'm going to win some chips. It's so rare that you don't win any, right? It's so rare that the opponent just folds their small blind.
Yeah, I don't love the word fair or deserve in poker, but it does feel a little bit unfair, especially because Zhao is so active. And you certainly expect a limp at the minimum, but we didn't get to see her hand. Doesn't really matter, though. I do like if she finds a different gear of maybe taking a few hands to reset. And unlike a lot of heads-up scenarios, we are so deep that you can actually give up a little bit of EV or maybe just change your mindset for a little bit, not go after every pot, because you have faced a bit of poker trauma, right? You think you're on the verge of shipping it all. You know, you have to give your brain a little bit of time to adjust to the new reality.
Yeah, because she looked over to her rail to pretty much say, this is it, you know? It's done. I've won, you know?
And maybe that's one of the reasons that, you know, at the elite levels, you actually see people be quite stone-faced until the entire board is out. It's almost like you don't want to take yourself on that roller coaster of emotions because you have to play on potentially, and that might disrupt your ability to do so. Mind you, we've managed to lose the minimum so far with bottom pair, and with the 9 pairing on the turn, I think a bet was warranted. We do need to reframe our thinking about Lee here in the sense that his hand and mob might be an indicator of his lack of experience, so it's more so admiration for how he is figuring stuff out over the board. Certainly playing unconventional, but looks like he's going to get paid off here. Oh, she's raised it.
Did you expect that?
Of course not, Selena. We have bottom pair.
I was like, oh man.
Now, if Lee folds, I'm walking away for a bit.
But it you know, we've seen, yeah, he's not folding this one. He's confused. He's confused. He's like, what happened? Why? You know, he's looking for his opponent with a 9 in her hand, right?
And maybe Zhao is rattled a bit. Obviously, we'd seen various doses of aggression, but on that board with bottom pair, I don't know that made too much sense. And a proper chip lead now for Lee.
Now, it's quite interesting because at this point, I feel like it's really about who's adjusting better to their opponent, right? Like, they've tangled enough. There's a few hands at showdown. There could be fed like a lot of information from the rail and so forth of what the opponent's doing.
They're deep enough.
Exactly. You know, it's about who's going to be adjusting the best.
Limp and a check. Queen 7-3. In comes the classic Zhao aggression. 330 to 440, the kind of stacks where essentially we can consider a tie. Comes down to a few hands here and there. That being said, Lee will have that 15 big blinds of added comfort.
And with that, we're going to be on break of 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the heads up action.
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's flame, sugar rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every chip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，
你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star。你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's flame, sugar rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every chip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
For the high rollers, be a star. Man, this is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split. Rise, rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we'll raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's book, we'll raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's book, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Man, this is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's book, we'll raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. stakes, play your part, light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, that been lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That been lost poker will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star。你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That their lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That been lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it.
We're back here at the Mystery Bounty final table, down to 2. We see the beautiful trophy, not to mention the 2 bounties effectively being played for. Winner getting both of them along with the ones they've collected along the way. 5K to the winner as well, 3.3 locked up in USD. What a fun battle this has been, especially once we got down to 3-handed, then losing Batsuk from Mongolia down to heads up. And it is Lee Yusheng in control after unexpectedly taking the chip lead. Ace 5 versus Ace King. Now trying to press, trying to do what Zhao was doing with the chip lead. As we see here, the C-bet with the Ace high. This time will face resistance from the 6-4 of hearts, which is flopped a flush draw. Lines up to 5K, 10K. Check call with the flush draw. 4-2 straight on the board now. We've used the break to seat players in a more heads up friendly position. And Zhao actually leads out on this card. Such great timing, converting the 6 high into a credible bluff. Could play a queen this way. We've actually seen her play value hands this way. And look at this, the raise from Lee. Man, these two just love to battle, especially on turns, may I say. We've actually seen 3 bets on turns from these two, even when we were 6-handed. And now in Zhao's shoes, you gotta think your flush draw is worth a peel. So she's grabbing what I assume is at least 50k in chips, and yeah, she's going to speculate and hope to hit. A queen would save her. Pardon me, a queen would give a bigger straight to Lee. So she needs a heart, but the pairs are live as well, 4s and 6s. And there's a 4 for the check mark. This is just incredible. Do we get to showdown somehow with the 4? She's not checked in flow just yet. Well, she does right there. And now we were bluffing with the raise on the turn with the ace, as I assume a blocker in the form of ace-queen. Do we go all the way? When our opponent calls on the turn, we have to be worried about a queen that surely would not fold on the offsuit river. But if Lee thinks Zhao is coming along with flush draws, with even 2 pairs, and he does check, what a showdown. The 4 is good. The real and Zhao no doubt loving that, and the chip lead is back. The mystery bounty. Did not expect this tournament to really reveal some street poker on our feature table here. Donk on the turn, gets raised, does call, and hits bottom pair for the winner at showdown. And wakes up with a monster now. Pocket 8s for Lee, my goodness. This ordinarily would just spell the end. Does Lee 3-bet? We've seen him take conservative lines so often, this time facing a 3x open on the button, already unconventional. And he's just called, which would mean he's found, at least so far, a way to somehow not go broke. Do we see a low board? 1 overcard to both pocket pairs. And maybe, just maybe, we don't lose our entire stack as Lee here now. There's been so many moments where Lee has been conservative to the point of timid, to the point of shockingly incorrect decisions, such as the Queen 9 fold, but they were correct in that moment, facing Ace 9. Once again, doesn't 3-bet pocket 8s and is absolutely correct not to do so. Now the ace, another scare card for both, really. It looks like we're heading towards Lee somehow losing the minimum. The bets have been 20k and 40k. It's at this moment, especially between these two on the turn, that we've seen some erratic action. But this time Lee just has a real hand. Which is to say, check raising should be out of the question. especially on a card like an ace on the turn. Instead, he just folds. Talk about losing the absolute minimum. Doesn't get attached to hands at all. Zhao doesn't know it as she picks up 60k additional in her stack. Near a 2-to-1 advantage. She doesn't know it, but she got robbed. This tournament should have been over. Instead, Lee, well with a fighting chance. Pretty unbelievable what we're seeing here. Pocket queens now for Zhao. I mean, she's just getting hit by the deck at the right time, but still not over the fact that we didn't get the chips in the middle. 9s versus 8s heads up. Let's see what Lee wakes up with. Nine, 6 of clubs, surely worth consideration in the form of appeal, although the 3x open does make Lee hesitant, as we did see in previous spots. We'll call. The 6 does give the open-ender. Monotone board though. 5-4-3 all spades. And a surprising check by Zhao. Now the 7 of spades. Absolute action killer. Straight for Lee. Could make sense to just take a stab. He checks though. The 12% for Zhao is in the form of chops. 6s and spades. And there is the spade. With the queen no less. Both players playing the board, and it's Lee who fires. Is this a bluff? Is this a block? Yeah, I guess it's a block. Chop chop. Welcome back to the booth, Selena. I feel like I have to update you on
more
madness spots. Yeah, I mean, first off, Zhao getting slightly hit by the deck, but not necessarily rewarded. That being said, has a considerable chip lead. We have some of the classics. Zhao lead madness leads to Zhao taking back the chip lead, but interestingly, pocket 9s on the button, open 3x, and Lee manages to flat call pocket 8s. And somehow not go broke.
Oh my god.
I mean, I really thought the tournament was over. Instead, he check calls the flop and just check folds when the ace come on the turns. I mean, absolutely lose the minimum in a spot that I would say certainly you and I are losing the tournament.
Oh wow, what surprise. A surprise for me too. Apparently, I will be doing the mystery bounty draws.
Let's go.
Yeah.
We get to see some envelope pulling by the great Selena Lin. So when will that be?
Right after the end of this heads-up match, whenever it might be.
I'll be watching.
My first time hosting, I was asked if I knew what's going on or if I've done it before. Nope, never. Gonna be my first time doing it. Should be a fun one. It's more suspenseful, right? Because they're gonna be doing it in Korean one, so you have like so many more zeros.
Oh, that's a great point. That is a great point. You can only get excited by like the 5th digit. In fact, I have the numbers here, right? So 1.2 million is the minimum bounty and 7.2 million. So it all comes down to the final digit, really.
Yeah, can you imagine posting this on social media and people don't realize it's a Korean one?
Yeah, they're like, we're playing some high stakes over here. So Zhao does go for her aggression as usual, but this time there's a 3-bet on the flop. Again, a bit too trigger happy with essentially the monster of all monsters. Trip 10s and a king. Once again, the gap gets closed. This explains so much now that you mentioned the envelopes, because all the bounties are in the 0.2 million on purpose. So that while you're pulling them, you don't know which one they are. I was wondering why they were 0.2.
Because you'd be overly excited and then disappointed if you were thinking in the wrong currency, you know?
Yeah, that's right. The currency is only revealed at the end. So I should mention the lowest bounty equivalent USD is 800, all the way up to 4,800.
So then how does it work with all the players that has left out table, but they can still draw the bounty? So they like wait around and get informed to come back?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if they don't, or if they're busy, I suppose we'll draw for them. But much more fun when they're around. I say we'll draw for them. What I mean is you'll draw for them.
Ah.
And if I were you, I'd negotiate some sort of a commission if you pull the big bounty. I observed this recently at a different series. One of the mystery bounty winners, I think he had just like 2 pulls, got his friend involved, got his friend to pull one of the envelopes, pulls the biggest bounty. Now, as the friend, are you expecting some gratuity for your immense run good?
At least a nice dinner, right?
Nice dinner. We're talking about a 50k bounty. I mean, it better be real nice. Here we go. Zhao remains aggressive and is actually on the right track because she's targeting the next best hand, as it turns out. Ordinarily, I'd say this would be the time to release, but Lee has just been finding moments to fight back. This is not one of them, though. Should mention Selena at the stream open, and we do have a certain Nano Noko in the chat. Looks like he's heard about the wild action we have going on here. I think I can safely say this is the most exciting poker stream on in the world at this point. You will not find 2 players of this caliber and this creativity going at it. Relatively deep stack, mind you.
So it looks like Zhao Yan with her aggression, is making it work. Once again, she's got him 2-1. It's really just a matter of time, right? That she's going to be able to just kind of like bust him, getting in or in pre.
If he goes back to his trigger-happy avatar, then certainly we did see the ace-5 get lucky against the ace-king.
Yeah, because they're a little bit less, like, I mean, in terms of the blinds, right, shallower than what he was shoving for before.
That's right. I believe the ace-5 was a 30 big shove. Now the stack's about 50 to 25. Pretty good hand to open on the button.
She's going to raise it up to 30k. Li Yuezhen here with...
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's ripped it?
He's ripped it.
He's ripped it. Oh my God.
What a spot. And she actually wants a count.
She wants a count. But, you know, Jack 8, it's one of those tough hands. You just wish you had better, right? Like, I like how it's suited. And to tell you, Jack 8 used to be one of my favorite hands to play. You know, at the beginning of my poker career, I was making all sorts of hands with Jack 8.
Were you calling off 25 big jams?
Never. That's the difference.
Wow.
You know, that's where logic is going to kick in. Even if it's your favorite hand, you know, in this kind of spot, yeah, I mean, it's hard to call.
Well, how right she would be if somehow she clicked the call button, because she would be dominating her opponent, but instead it's the trigger from Lee that's going to be rewarded.
Yeah, look, I really do believe this whole idea of if I get caught, I have 2 live cards. It's so real.
You mean with the 10-8, right?
Yeah. And I think that's the mentality with so many players I've spoken to, right? When they play heads up and they choose a hand to get it in or call it off, they're like, yeah, 60-40, I'm taking it.
60-40 is like the running theme of your interviews, I feel like. Certainly one of my favorite aspects of poker is how easy it is to deliver some copium to yourself, you know, even if you make a bad decision. And it's honestly quite tough to chastise yourself if you do make a bad decision and then try and improve. Well, we're not going all in now. I too like that he took a 3-bet jam spot instead of the open rip spot, because obviously you do gain a lot more chips. Ace in the big facing a limp for Zhao. Yeah, she's not letting this limping stand, not with an ace. And this showcases the difference between these two considerably, because we've seen Lee... Oh, he's ripped it again.
Oh, has he?
This
60-40. You know, this is against a raise now, isn't it? Like,
yeah, it's a limp,
you know,
re-raise jam. And Zhao looks like she's onto something.
she is going to call, right? She puts it in? Oh, no, she does not. I thought those were calling.
I did too, or a
Right?
time bank at the minimum, but she's letting herself get pushed around. But how much can she take? I should think, though, that, you know, she did find herself with the ace-king suited against the ace-5, so she knows it's possible to be patient and get it in so good. Could be what's keeping her from, at least with the ace-5, jack-8 suited would have been pretty unreasonable. At least with the ace-5 releasing fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think the way, the kind of random jams I'm seeing from him, I am going to be more inclined to call it off with the hand like ace-5. Just knowing that, you know, his frequency is just way too high.
And I do wonder if you start giving some walks now, or at least ramping down the aggression. Yeah, we see the limp with the jack-6. Actually pretty standard, but Zhao has been quite aggressive in position. And that will allow Lee to see the free flop. I don't think we're jamming the 4-deuce. I mean, there's 60-40 and then there's 4-deuce. So after the flop, king 10-6. 6 for Zhao, diamonds for Lee. Baby flush draw. Nano Noka in chat, by the way, saying hi to Kiwi Bird, who's a frequent viewer here at TLPT as well. I did actually make the same mistake as Nanonoko in the past before Kiwi Bird was nice enough to inform me that she is indeed female, watching from New Zealand, living up to the Kiwi Bird moniker. Diamond on the river, and it's actually Zhao who's deciding to represent.
She's going for a sizable bet. It's going to be tough for 4 high flush to call here, actually. She's pretty much bet pot.
Slight overbet, in fact, so 4 diamonds, very much just a bluff catcher. This is a bit old school. You just have to look your opponent in the eye and decide whether they have it or not. Not to mention use the entire history of this match so far, and looks like he's calling it off.
No, that can't feel very good, being caught off by the 4 of diamonds there.
Chip lead now lies with the man who has seen his fair shares of ups and downs, but ever since the Ace-5, Ace-King showdown, it just feels like he's just not willing to lose this one.
He's got what we call alligator blood a little bit. Have you ever heard of that term before?
Of course.
Yeah? Oh, right. It would be an American term because then I'd say crocodile blood, right?
Well, also popularized in Rounders, because Teddy KGB says kids got... I won't do the full accent, but he says kids got alligator
You've
blood.
got to do the full accent because that's...
Kids got alligator blood. All right. I got forced into that one. I don't have a Russian accent in me, but I certainly don't have a Teddy KGB accent in me.
Well, the longer this heads-up match go on, the more entertaining we need to be in the booth.
Teddy KGB accent the rest of the match, you think? You and I?
Yeah, no, I can't do no accents. It's just... Nah, I can't do a Chinese accent, do you know what I mean?
You have a good Aussie in you, I'm sure. That counts as an accent to the rest of the world.
Just my standard speaking. I don't know if I can even do like Aussie, like, g'day, mate.
That's what I would say if I was doing an Aussie accent. I expected a deeper cut from you for sure.
Maybe British. Might be.
Hello, governor. That's all I got.
Would you like a cuppa?
I will say the Aussie accent is universally beloved.
Yeah, it's nice. I think unless you hear the Bogan version of it, it's quite pleasant.
How do you say nah?
Huh?
Like, what would be the opposite of yeah? Would you say like nar?
Oh, yeah, that's it. Nah.
That's the usual
Nah.
exaggerated Aussie version.
Yeah, the elongated. And then our statements all sounds like a question.
Mind you, this is a bit of a pot brewing because open-ender, 2 overs, club draw. Just the 2 overs, not worth much considering the San Francisco hand, the 49ers, has connected to the tune of 2 pairs. A very small check raise, misvalued thus far at least, and it comes a 9, full house, but really just queen high for Lee. Any value that had to be extracted had to be done on the turn itself, and looks like it's a check and a give up. There's the classic 1 stack, 100k, slight overbet from Zhao, but it's not going to amount to much. Unless we want to make a sick hero call. Nar. Did I do that right? Is it NAWR, you'd say?
Nah. NAH?
NAH seems pretty standard. Yeah, and you did say the sentences end with an inflection, right?
Yes.
It's like a question.
Yeah, it's like a question. Because I've been asked this, so you're not sure about your statement? I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, the statements go up at the end.
Right. Aussie is a tonal language, which is one tone.
Yeah, I've been told it's rather pleasant to listen to, so I guess that's a good thing.
And 7 of diamonds, very playable. 35 bigs.
Just calling. Zhao Yan big blind with the king queen. The way she's been playing, I don't see her not raising.
Oh, yeah. She's not a fan of the limps. And one of the benefits of limping 9-7 of diamonds is that you can now comfortably take a flop in position.
Making it 30k to go. Li Yuezhen here.
Oh my goodness.
He shoves, does he?
He's jammed it.
He jammed
and King
it.
Queen.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we really putting Zhao to the test here? 35 big jam. The last time he limped re-raised this, he had 10-8 off. He's basically not giving Zhao any credit
So
for these ISOs.
For sure. This is where it's so crucial to have someone to feed that information to you of their jamming ranges, right? Because you'd be so happy calling it off with ace-5. You'd be happy calling it off with king-queen here. You know, to him, he's like, I've got 2 live cards. I don't think at any point any of the ranges you're going to call me with is going to dominate me unless I've run into a big pair. So to him, he's pretty happy there getting in with 9-7 suited.
Yeah, but barring that information, let's say this was a mystery hand, including the previous one, you're never thinking King Queen is so far ahead. She's let it go. I don't blame her. I mean, King Queen seems a lot more callable than the Ace-5 she had last time because you're flipping against some of the medium pairs that might behave this way. However, she needs to keep thinking back to that Ace King suited and wonder if she can get it in even better. What a way to take back, almost snatch back the chip lead. Zhao is just not happy. She's not having a good time.
She's trying to get a read on him, right? That intense stare down.
King 3, I like that we're still staying aggressive, opening on the button instead of limping, and her open size has been 3x somewhat consistently. Did the same thing with pocket 9s, did the same thing with pocket queens as well. And the pocket queens actually went to showdown, so I think Lee's onto it. Well, look at that, Selena. It's been, what, maybe 2 hours? And we're neck and neck, heads up, 40 big blinds deep here at the Mystery Bounty. I'm sorry to report the late reg is now closing on the team's event, so our commentators team will not be participating. That being said, I'm happy to report that we have over 270 entries in Day 1D, as you and I were discussing. Yeah, a lot of the online players picking Day 1D as the moment. Makes a lot of sense considering it's preceding Day 2. And Day 1E, the turbo, still to go. I think registration is just about live right now. So we're approaching about 800 players across 4 flights already. Let's say we keep up the trend on average and end up with 1,000. We're talking about an overlay, always good for the players. in this 1.5 million guaranteed main event. Maybe this is the last moment, in case anybody's listening, from Korea or China to hop onto a plane and sign up for day 1E.
Yeah, and then definitely still making time, right? You just come straight from the airport, sit down.
Open-ender v middle pair, best kicker, and the wheel draw. And it is the middle pair. Now third pair. Gets the check mark. In comes the aggression, and this might create a stack discrepancy to the extent Lee clicks call.
Yeah, for sure. He has made some, calls in spots where kind of like from how tight he has been in some hands, I thought he might fold. Similar to the flush hand where he called with the 4 of diamonds, right? But yeah, like he does find a call here and there, and that's one of them.
Not a happy camper, Zhao Yan. When it rains, it pours, and sometimes it's the opposite as well. Things just don't seem to go in your favor. A lot of this aggression was working out. We saw huge folds from Lee. Not this time, though. Xiaoyan on the back foot in this match. But we just saw literally a couple of hands leading to this 50 to 30 big differential. Certainly the fortunes can be reversed equally quickly.
So do you find Nano a bit of a troll at times?
Where is this going? Did he say something in chat? Let me take a look. So far,
because I can never tell when he compliments me if it's true or otherwise. Do you know what I mean? The sweet talking, just because he's my husband. I don't know sometimes, right?
I'm 100% sure when he compliments you, he's not trolling.
Well, that's his argument too, but I don't know.
Well, here we go. Another all-in this time. Quite top of range for Lee. And Zhao just feeling like she's being bullied and does have these marginal hands. Ace-5, King-Queen, now Queen-Jack. This time with 26 bigs, but it's not her style to call it off. And we have a 2-to-1 situation the other way for the first time in this match.
Yeah, the difference between these two players is that Li Yuezhen is actually happy getting in with a much wider range. And we've seen almost, this is what, like the 4th time possibly, that she has been ahead of that range, but yet opted to fold.
It all started with Jack-8 suited. Certainly don't blame that. Shockingly, Lee had 10-8 off in that spot. Then the Ace-5, then the King-Queen, now the Queen-Jack. On the one hand, you wonder how much can she take. On the other hand, any time so far that she decided to click call, she would have either been flipping or way ahead. Limp from the King-7. And now that she's a shorter stack, I actually don't expect Zhao to be ISOing. Not to mention, she keeps getting jammed every time she does ISO. Queen on the flop. That'll certainly help take back some momentum in this match.
I think she plays relatively fast from what I've seen. Doesn't really think
Acts
too much.
quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
acts quick. Like it's like she's pretty comfortable being at the poker table. You know, a lot of her decisions is pretty standard where like she's like, oh, if this happens, then this is what I do, you know, so she doesn't really get caught off guard.
And usually that opens yourself up to giving away some timing tells, but frankly, she's been quite unpredictable. And having watched her all this time, all day really, in the booth, I'd be lying if I could tell you that I would have had any timing tells on her. That's despite having multiple cameras. Mind you, double barrel, and a rare one at that from Lee. The aggression now amped up. Perhaps feeling like it's his responsibility once he has this massive chip lead to try and put the pressure on Zhao the way she'd been putting on him this whole time. Bad timing though, because Zhao has top pair and looks like she's cutting out check raising chips. Well, that's a tell. Cuts out check raising chip, but just check calls. Very comfortable river for Zhao. And she's still trapping. This might be a reverse tell scenario. This is actually fascinating. Lee has enough showdown value against the Jack 9s, Jack 8s of the world. Club draw has missed as well, so a hand as weak as, let's say, the 9-8, which would have become a double gut shot or just backdoor clubs. We actually just beat by checking behind, but looks like he's considering firing in case she has a weak pair. Instead, he just checks, and there's a bit of a clawback for Zhao. 60k in chips gained. 3-2 now. No longer 2-1 disadvantage.
Because I feel like the way he is, because he doesn't barrel so much that when she does win a pot of him, it's not that much. But then when he does make those hero calls against her, the pot's so much more significant.
Yeah, I mean, she's putting out those stacks of hundreds and those overbets. Certainly wouldn't have been surprised for this entire affair to have been over maybe hours ago, but feel all the happier for it. Three-handed, an absolute battle. And now, heads up. Absolute warfare. Lee might be putting in the first ISO I've seen in ages, which is to say a raise against a limp on the button. So Zhao should pick up on that with the hand as weak as 10-6 off. First we need to know the sizing. Not an all-in this time, understanding how strong his hand is, but still should look pretty strong coming from him. It's actually quite big. It's actually massive. 4.1x. He really does hate playing out of position. If he's going to play out of position, he wants you to commit a huge chunk of your stack to try and outdraw.
The blinds are starting to catch up to these two because we've been playing heads up for quite a while now.
You know, I'd argue the way Lee is willing to get his chips into the middle, this match ends on the next blind level. You know, that's the big jump, going from 12k to 16k. So there'll be about 60 bigs in play at that point. For now, barring a cooler or some aggression, you know, these guys are still deep enough. They're just trading blows, trying to chip away at each other. This is actually interesting to see whether she still limps. How much does she want to fight for each pot? It's pretty borderline and looks like she is going to limp. Turns out a raise would have stolen the blinds and antes. Instead, the 8 deuce. Gets to see a free flop. But yeah, goes to show her spirit. Really fighting for each pot there and does flop best, including having a deuce on the board to keep Lee interested. Can't blame a call, bottom pair. Tough to put more chips into the middle with the ace coming. But Zhao will find a way. Should be the end of the hand, but nice to see she's not lost the pep in her step, even if she lost the chip lead. This is totally in line with how she was playing. Even when we were 5-handed, 6-handed, once she had the majority of the chips in play. With that, we're getting back to the 35-30 big sort of matchup. Let's just call it equal stacks. One pot here and there might change the dynamic. Psychological advantage certainly lies with Lee. Not just because he's made a comeback. He was also by far the shortest stack, 3-handed and 4-handed, I believe, until he became a bit more of a competitor. Then every player took a turn. Having the chip lead and having the lowest stack, 3-way. But when we did come into the heads up, certainly the 2-to-1 chip advantage would make her feel like she's a little bit upstuck. Zhao, certainly good taste victory with the ace-5, ace-king. Ace-side board, complete whiff for Zhao. So far, Lee's been firing at boards like this, understanding the range advantage. If his hand in mob and in general, some of the deviations that we've seen are indicative of a certain lack of experience, I have to give him mad props for how much he's worked his way into making really, really good fundamental plays on the board, sort of figured it out on the fly. No surprise to see him make his way all the way to the top 2.
哦，牌坏了。大抽一把牌，这是我的还是你的？这一把牌没有继续投，他损失太大了，得放弃了，7-0，但我骂你。这个还中4呢，这里中个4是买进，中个4。这我太，我里面重注抽，我操！隐藏牌力开了就是。现在我就找准一把机会，跟敌跑马给弄掉了玩。很难。这个牌翘脚。
Quick check-in with the rails, and on we go as we see the dealer shuffle up and deal. 38 to 26. 8 hands to go at this level. That's a cool shot right there, isn't it? Work our way around the feature table. Trophy in the middle for the mystery bounty. Trophy will be presented by Selena, as will the bounty envelopes. Looking forward to seeing that. Certainly do follow the social media handles in case you want to see the results. King 6 of clubs. Love this. We stay aggressive. She was going pretty big. Now the raise size a little more reasonable. 2x and change. Okay, first things first. No 3-bet jam, because these are the kind of holdings that against even the slightest of deviations, such as the 2x open from Zhao, Lee was just taking it to the streets and jamming. So he considered the hand too good, perhaps, and decided to peel a flop with. And King 6, not only the best hand, but flops best in the form of the open-ender, and this might be the end of the hand. Zhao once again working her way up. 2-1 stack deficit. Now closer to that 35 to 30 level. Near even, just 1 or 2 pickups away. So barring the ladies event, I believe we've had 1 female winner thus far, which statistically is actually pretty cool, pretty good. You know, 10 to 20% of the field, I suppose, at most, would be women. It's also pretty generous. Did have an amazing teams event with 2 all-female teams. Ace on the button. Just a limp. Back to limping. Certainly has been a style. Small ball, pot control, low variance. Does end up letting Zhao flop top pair. Pretty good kicker. Check, check with 2 overs and the club backdoor draw, which does convert into the proper flush draw, not flush draw. Mind you, also gives top 2 to Zhao. Just a call in position. No club. And the check mark. But no ace, no 8 either to get Lee into trouble. Tricky check. And arguably at the right time. I mean, getting called by ace high was less likely than the ace of clubs converting there, so a little bit of FPS, as we call it, fancy play syndrome, but I don't mean it as a pejorative in this case. Bit of a different gear from Zhao, who is just hyper aggressive, whether she has it or not. Oh, are we done with the mic? Seems to have abandoned staying mic'd up at the table. That's okay. Certainly does most of the talking with her chips. A7. We've been doing the 2x, 2.1x opens. Has to be a little bit afraid of being jammed on. Although that hasn't happened in a while. And actually A7 might be one of those hands she's likely to contemplate calling it off with. Queen 10 is pretty comfortable to take a flop with. This tournament and this final table really has been something special. The mystery bounty element led to a lot of quick eliminations in the beginning, as does tend to happen. Obviously, calling ranges are so much wider chasing those bounty envelopes. And then ever since we got three-handed, with players having locked up 2.1k three-handed, 2x return, plus some bounty envelopes worth on average 1600 USD apiece. They just decided that they wanted the win more than each other. And it led to a real sweaty battle, as we say in poker. And now with that pickup, note the stacks. Chip lead for Zhao. 35 to 30 the other way, which, as I was saying, frankly, can just swing at any moment. A standard button open and a C-bet is usually enough to swap the chip lead. Few hands to go to the next level. Limp on the button. And now how gun shy are we? First off, we have deuces. Secondly, every time she's raised in this situation against the limp, she keeps getting limp re-raised jammed on. But I love that it doesn't stop her from raising it up with the deuces. 42k, 3.5x. And I think Lee knows what he's done previously in these spots. And it has to be crossing his mind once more, but this time he's going to let it go. Truly impossible to say where this match ends up. It's like the clash of two playing styles, aggression versus patience, and both have their place. In heads up in particular, even though we're calling it patience, there's so many moments where Lee has just taken an absurd spot, at least in terms of hand selection, but has muscled out a stronger holding. And if you're willing to get your chips into the middle, then it's usually going to be tough to play against. Bottom pair versus the open-ender. There is a spicy card that comes to mind, the 10. Could make things quite hairy. Lee certainly not going anywhere. Another 7. Suddenly bottom pair wants to get as many chips into the middle as it can with the trips. And I think Lee has enough of a hand to be forced to come along for one more street. We've also seen some wild action on the turn between these two. Not since a while. Has been quite some time since we saw some wild check raises. Is he considering it with the open-ender? He's actually getting a decent price to the extent he thinks the 9, sometimes the 6 is live. And now the 10 would really be a disaster, mind you. Straight versus boat. Time bank being used. I just don't think we can fold this just yet, even though we're out of position. When we do hit a straight, it's a bit disguised. Really, all three options on the table. And he goes with fold. Amazing discipline once more. At the perfect time. I mean, how do you get one over on this guy? Every time Zhao has been in a situation where Lee's just supposed to lose so many chips, maybe an additional street of value. Or in the case of 9s versus 8s, maybe just all of it. He just finds a way to pull back. There's the patience I was talking about. Chaktus won't even engage. That being said, with that pickup, we have a 500k to 300k situation. About a 3 to 2. Actually closer to 470 to 310. So 39 bigs to 26. Still by no means anything to worry about. We're just playing heads up, but as I mentioned, the next level jump takes us to 8k, 16k. I've been wrong about pretty much everything when it comes to these two players, but I do suspect that is going to be the final level. Stacks will get just the right amount of shallow, and we know Lee's pretty trigger happy. Well, we played the 10-3, so I know we're playing the 5-4. Limp or raise is the question. Looks like it's a limp. To the flop we go. Keeping things small.
Check.
Whiff and a whiff. Zhao is not going to let 2 checks go unnoticed. Puts in the minimum. Should be enough. Absolutely relentless. Just loves firing chips into the middle. Do try to put yourself in these contenders' shoes and think about the mental exhaustion, especially heads up. You have to play every hand. Each situation seems harrowing, though pocket jacks will be the least harrowing pickup in a while. Just a limp. He's looking to limp re-raise jam with value this time. He's done it plenty with trash. That has a kind of hand that we're very likely to check behind. There we go. This is actually kind of favorable for the jacks, even though he would have loved to limp re-raise jam. Because it's quite likely to dominate your opponent. There we see it. 7-4-4. Did not know that was coming, but like I said, always favorable to be the one with the overpair facing 2 undercards for this exact reason. We get really tricky, mind you, by checking behind on the flop with the overpair. Certainly would have extracted from the top pair, maybe even face a check raise. Now, she's the one leading, and the jacks just call. I know we're keeping pots small usually, but with value, we can't consider bloating them up. Don't know that the 7-4-4 was too scary, even with the 5 on the board. Now Ja's about to take herself to value town. Can't blame her. Top pair heads up, even with 4-2 straight on the board. Certainly worth a bet. And Selena, we've seen plenty of folds that have shocked me, but this is not going to be one of them.
Yeah, it's not a, huge overbet or anything like that. She's gone with 35k. He can afford it. Does make the call here. She's going to see the bad news.
Pretty sure she expected to win that one on Showdown, considering the flat call, the check behind on the flop, the limp free flop. So we got pretty tricky. Lee certainly could have put himself in a position to have the chip lead in that hand, but instead closes the gap quite considerably. Once again, we're at that 30-35 sort of equilibrium that we keep getting back to in both players' directions. How does this end? When does this end? Both players willing to just fight for every chip, not give an inch. And we have reached the 8k, 16k level, 15 hands a level. Haven't seen the graphic just yet, but we can see with about 416k, that would mean 25 bigs for Zhao, about 20 for Lee. She flops best. Slightly wider gap now. Gotta say, I'm enjoying having Zhao on seat 5, seat 6 is it? Because the hat is even shinier with the lights angling in the right direction. You can spot it from a mile away. So as somebody who has had one of these long, intense heads-up battles, Selena, I mean, talk to me about the mindset of these two players right now. I mean, how do you keep it together? What do you need to tell yourself to make sure you don't make a big misstep?
It's really about figuring out if you do have the edge against your opponent. And, when I feel like I do, I'm very much willing to play a bunch of pots with them. There is times where I'm limping the button with some marginal hands and everything just to see flops with them. I remember, I think there was a hand when, like, it came like, 3-4s on the flop or something, and I think I happened to have limped in on the button with like a hand like 4-7 offsuit. Okay, so I actually flopped the quads, and then and he actually bet out at me, and I believe I just raised him because it was just the fact that he's gonna read into me trying to represent I've got a 4, right? But I just played it super straightforward, and yeah, he actually shoved me all in at some point in that hand, and I was actually able to get a double up.
Well, we're top of range opening off the button here, which, my word, she's gone massive. Blinds up to 8K, 16K. She was doing 2x off the 12K blind, but now with the premium, I think she's put out 56K.
Oh my
pocket
goodness.
jacks for Lee. I mean, this cannot be a flat call. He should be happy to get this in, and we're going to have a huge chunk of chips in the middle, nearly 600K. This is for the tournament for Zhao, or a 4-1 chip lead for Lee. And perhaps appropriately and frustratingly, it comes down to a flip. These two seem so equally matched for so long. Now it comes down to the board. We're off to the races, folks.
What massive hands to pick up heads up. Nobody's getting away from these hands, and an ace on the flop.
An audible grimace from Lee. The club changes nothing really. 2 jacks needed. It's paint, but the wrong kind, and we do have a winner after quite a grind. It's Zhao Yan shipping it, gets 2 more envelopes to her kitty, also 5K, and of course the trophy and the glory and the future banner for being the champion of the mystery bounty. But a huge shout out to our second place finisher. I mean, Selena, I really enjoyed that final table. I'll leave it to you for any closing thoughts for what we just witnessed.
Yeah, a fun one. I like how it was very different to the final tables we've had in the past. We actually got to watch a heads-up battle. And yeah, really enjoyed that. And, congrats to another female winner for this TLPT series. And hopefully there's more to come.
Well, with that, we will close out this event, and Selena will be opening some envelopes and presenting the trophy, and we'll see you in the next one, main event day 2 coverage tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. local time. See you then.